Oh, you did that. I thought, okay, great. Thank you. I thought I'd do that on my end. I should have seen that. All right. Well, good morning. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. My name is Carl Jacobs. I work with the Recreation and Conservation Office, and this is the technical review for our Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program water access category. And we're going to get going with our first project. This is the Port of Wahkiakum. I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint here. And it looks like Todd is on the line to present. So good morning, Todd. Hopefully you can hear me. And if you unmute yourself, maybe we can unmute you. Yeah. Hey, Todd.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I can hear you now. It looks like you're not on video, and that's fine, just audio. I'm going to pass, if I can, remote control over to you so you can advance your own slides. Why don't you click on the PowerPoint once or twice to see if that gets you. There it is. Looks like the mouse is moving. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so Todd, you have 12 minutes and go right ahead.
Okay, so appreciate the opportunity to present and to submit for the grant. As you can see, it's for the County Line Park. The park project could have went either way, either local parks or water access, but I chose water access because the park is unique with where it's located and with how the RV park is set up for the customers to be able to access the Columbia River and everything that it has to offer. And this slide just shows kind of a regional map of where we are located. The map on the left shows the state with the Wahkiakum County highlighted there in red. And then you can see the area that the park services going all the way up and down the coast. From Astoria to Longview are probably the two biggest populations that it covers. And then this just a little closer view of Wahkiakum County. So for Wahkiakum County, total population of a little over 4,000. Median household income is a little over 54,000, which is quite a bit below the state average of just above 70,000. Our elderly population is 32%, which is 17% higher than the state average. Disabled population under 65 is 15%, which is above the state average of just below 9%. And this is mainly the two communities that the park serves, Wahkiakum and Cowlitz, with a combined a little over 115,000 population. And then that just shows an aerial view of the park and its property boundaries. And so just the scope of the project. I would like to look at restoring and improving the asphalt walking paths, add a couple picnic tables, covered picnic area, and park benches, construct a new water filtration system, improve landscaping and natural vegetation, and build a railing around a handicap picnic table that's currently in place. Probably the two biggest things from a dollar standpoint for the park, and probably the main reason that I was looking at it, was the pathways and the water system. The pathways are no longer passable for handicap or the elderly due to the large trees and root systems that have over the years overtaken the paths or put large dents or bumps in the pathways. This is kind of a map of the project itself, and the legend at the bottom left. I don't know how well you guys can see that. For some reason through the presentation it came in a little grainy, but at the top of the legend, the black line, or solid black line, is the current pathways that goes along the river's edge, and then on the back side of the restroom and showers. The building is the pump house, which holds the water system or the well currently. And then on the far left of the map is a proposed covered picnic area. And then you'll see proposed picnic benches along the water's edge, along with a couple new picnic tables, and then the proposed handicap railing around one of the current picnic tables that's there. So this is just a overhead view of the pathways. So that pier or deck that is built there was funded by the MRC, the Marine Resource Committee, and that was designed to have public access for handicap. There's fishing pole holders on the end of that, and it does get used quite a bit, especially by the elderly, to be able to access the river and fish there. And as you can see, the yellow lines marked on the path are areas to where the root system has ruined the path and making it not really passable to handicap or elderly, not very easily anyway. Unfortunately, in this picture, you can see the green picnic table, which just last week we had one of our customers have a little accident and ran his RV into the picnic table, damaging it. So that one will be getting replaced regardless. This again is an aerial view of the area that we would like to include a covered picnic area, and then along with the benches and additional picnic tables. So this is the handicap picnic table that I was referring to. It's very close to the river's edge, and there currently is no railings on that. The two RV sites right behind it, these two are the handicap RV sites, and the two picnic tables that go with those sites is this table along with the one that was damaged the other day. So here's a couple pictures of the project support from the Wahkiakum Board of County Commissioners, Marine Resource Committee, along with Rose Creek Retreat, which is a privately owned park that just recognizes the need in our area for campsites like County Line Park. And he talks about the customers that he receives phone calls from, and that he directs them our way for that reason. So just the cost of the total project: construct the water treatment facility, $70,000; construct picnic shelter, $25,000; develop circulation path or access routes, and that's basically revamping the current pathways. $50,000; install the site furnishings, which is the picnic tables and park benches, some additional landscaping, obtain permits for the covered picnic area, and then developing the fishing facility, which is, I didn't have any pictures of that, but that's just improving a fish cleaning station or area. The funding from WWRP would be $120,000, and then the match would be $42,000 for a total funding request of $163,000. And on the left-hand side, the County Line Park is approximately, it's a little over 5.5 acres. The site is leased by Wahkiakum County and managed by Port District 1. The park is owned by the state and leased through Wahkiakum County, and then because it's in our district, we manage it. And that is the end of the presentation.
Great, thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. Take control back. All right, looks like we have some questions from the committee here, and you could just take notes if you could, and I know your grant manager will also be helping take notes, so you can make revisions for next time. All right, Reed, why don't you start?
A couple of comments. It appeared that the picnic tables weren't ADA, so I think it'd be good to say we're going to replace these with ADA picnic tables. Put that in your budget as ADA picnic tables. Something to help us, and this is more maybe for Carl rather than is I didn't notice slide numbers on the presentation, and that's very handy to refer back to. And as you did mention that design, the graphics were fuzzy, and I think that would really help to clear that up.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Reed. Sarah, go ahead.
Good morning. I like your project. I think it is very suitable to this category. I would highly recommend that you look at the project manual and the applicant checklist for the presentation, because your presentation did not speak to all the different scoring criteria. And in order for you to maximize your points, you really want to hit every category, and you'll want to split up your answers to those categories and actually label those slides, which category you're answering. And then to your cost efficiencies slide, I'm just wondering if you've spec'd a shelter type, if you've done some cost estimating. 25,000 seems low to me, but maybe there's a smaller shelter in that range that you'll be using. And in your project design, I recommend that you provide us the dimensions of the pathways. How long, how many linear feet, how wide will the new pathway be? Will the new pathway, have you analyzed it for ADA grades and slopes that you'll be able to meet ADA? Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, Todd, one of the things Sarah mentioned was the evaluation criteria. And just make sure you get the latest manual off our website, and your grant manager can help you. And yeah, it's like, questions, evaluation criteria 1 through 9, depending on your project type. And yeah, just make sure it's clearly labeled and numbered, and you go in order and hit them all. And that'll make sure you get the maximum points possible at evaluation in September.
Okay, so I wouldn't have any.
Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Great aerial photos. Nice use of drone to get those photos, it looks like. Keep using those. The very first overview graphic needs to be very clear, because it's what we're trying to use at the very beginning to try and figure out what this project is about. So make sure that graphic is very useful and clear. My question also is about the water treatment facility. You had $70,000, but you didn't really go into much detail about what that would be. So make sure you, I don't know, kind of include some detail, including some maybe design specs for that. I think that's about it.
Great, thanks, Lowell.
Okay, I again appreciate it. This is the first grant of this caliber or size that I've submitted, and there's definitely a couple things that I know I didn't call out enough. And one was this park does get heavily used by the elderly and handicapped for the reason that they can come in with their RV, or in the day use area they can pull up and right behind their vehicles be able to fish. And then also, yes, the water treatment center is, I'm not sure when that well was put in, but ever since this park's been open, it is considered potable water from a state standpoint, from a testing standpoint, but it definitely causes maintenance issues for the restrooms and for the showers, and the customers that come there don't like to use that water in their RVs. So definitely something that has been an issue and something that has been needed to be addressed for a while. So appreciate the feedback and the time, and thank you.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let's see. Eric might have a comment here for you.
Yeah, thanks for clicking on me. I noticed in the non-RV parking, the regular day visit parking, there was one ADA handicapped parking space allocated in the diagram. Is there a possibility there could be two? You mentioned a lot of senior usage. I'm just wondering if the concentration of visitors might require a second space.
Yeah. Yep, that's definitely something that could be included.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Eric. Anything else from the committee? I don't see any other hands yet up. Okay. Looks like that's about it. Well, Todd, it sounds like, are you new to the RCO grant process here? Sounds
Yes,
like,
I am.
yeah, okay. Great. Well, thanks for putting in an application, and just know that it's a long and arduous process, but we are here to help you out, and we want you to be successful. We want to be able to fund the best projects we can. So your grant manager will be in touch in the next week or two. She'll be returning your application with her own comments, along with maybe some more comments from this committee, and then you'll have time to make revisions and resubmit your application.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Todd, appreciate it. We're gonna move on to the next project, moving to the Port of Silverdale. So let me get that PowerPoint up. Here we go. And let's see, I think Kathleen, are you presenting this? Or is there someone else here presenting? Maybe Ed? Looks like Kathleen is here. And I thought I saw. Kathleen, are you presenting this one? Can you hear me? Looks like you're dialed in. Maybe you need to unmute yourself. Or maybe Ed Schofield, were you maybe going to present this one?
No, can you hear me now, Carl?
There you are. I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, I had to unmute. So
Okay.
Ed will be answering the questions after the initial presentation. He's the port commissioner and more knowledgeable.
Okay, sounds good. Just so you know, we only have 8 minutes for the Q&A at the end, so you may not have time to actually answer every question, but be sure to note down what the questions and concerns are so they can be resolved before you come back in September.
That's what we plan to.
Okay, and would you like to advance your own slides?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you control. Click on your screen a couple of times to kind of get your mouse. There you go.
Okay, good.
All right, so go right ahead, Kathleen. You have 12 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Barantas, and with me is Silverdale Commissioner Ed Schofield. And I don't see my video, but maybe you do. The Port of Silverdale is located in central Kitsap County on the west side of the Puget Sound. The site is located on Dyes Inlet in the Old Town area of Silverdale. And the specific project site is located in the port's DNR lease area shown here. This is a short overview of 3 projects being proposed through RCO's Water Access, ALEA, and the upcoming Boating Facilities Program. The non-motorized part of this project, which is the subject of this proposal, consists of installing a 140-foot by 4-foot ADA compliant gangway to a new 120-foot by 40-foot large float and replacing an existing gangway from the pier to the dock with an ADA compliant 100-foot, there we go, by 4-foot gangway. So both of these gangways are the subject. Signage, update electrical, and replacing security lights in this area. Public need, consistent with all local and state plans and a high priority in all Kitsap County plans. Shoreline access is the highest priority identified in Kitsap's 2018 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. The county's goal is to increase availability and management of water trail sites throughout Kitsap County. In addition, it is consistent with Kitsap County's Shoreline Master Program goals to provide physical and visual public access opportunities and space for diverse forms of water-oriented recreation. The tribe also used these docks and facilities for recreation fishing within their usual and accustomed area. This project is the highest priority in the Port's 2020 approved comprehensive plan, and it calls for ADA accessibility for passive recreation, expanding overwater facilities for non-motorized boats, electrical rewiring and lighting. Development of the plan involved many groups, individuals, and governments, including the Suquamish tribe. With only 37 miles of the Kitsap Peninsula coastline accessible to the public in the second most densely populated county, access to marine shorelines is a high priority. Since more people are choosing to commute from Kitsap to their jobs in Seattle, there's an increasing need for shoreline access to meet the demand of a growing population. According to the most recent census data, there were 267,120 people in Kitsap County, 98,250 households, and 636 people per square mile, with approximately 10% living in poverty. In addition, this project provides access to the large number of Navy personnel and their families from Kitsap's 3 large naval facilities located here. Adult males make up 2 times as many as females in the 20 to 24 age group, with 12,263 to 6,816. In this service area, visitors are drawn to destinations with multiple opportunities to recreate. While there are 7 public boat launches within 10 to 15 miles of the project site, these do not all offer an adjacent park, fishing pier, non-motorized docks, and ADA accessibility. Therefore, Silverdale dock facilities offer unique combined opportunities. Visitors come to Port of Silverdale for its diversity of opportunities to spend the entire day. There are no comparable shoreline beach access sites with boat launches, parks, docks, and ADA accessibility within a 5-mile proximity of the project. Between the 5 and 15-mile radius of the site, there are 3 beach access parks. The ports of Polsbo over here and Manchester down here have similar attributes, while nearby Port of Waterman and Harper's Pier have fishing piers only. They often fill up spring through fall, indicating a strong need for access in Kitsap. These photos are of the busy Silverdale grounds during a popular event, and it fills up during whaling days in midsummer. Safety and ADA accessibility is needed for the public to get to the new float as well as the existing dock. The gangway shown here in low tides does not meet the current code of 80 feet, while 100 feet is actually needed there. 63% of Kitsap residents say daily activities are limited by their physical or mental health. The Clam Island Rowing Group welcomes all ages, youths, and seniors, offering lessons and hosted outings, as well as competition. Youth, senior citizens, and our wounded warriors are underserved group, and their needs for safe water accessibility in Kitsap County is great. The shells are heavy, and they cannot be raised to the height of the current floating dock, and the sailboat float is too small to store shells. Currently, no part of the docks are ADA accessible at all times due to the tides. In a relatively affluent county where residents generally enjoy good health, health-related disparities still exist according to Kitsap Public Health District. Opportunities made available here will increase mental well-being and level of physical activity which results in savings from treating issues such as heart disease and diabetes inversely related to physical activity. Project design. This is the initial concept design showing where gangways were needed and approximate placement of a new float. This shows the most recent design for a new 4-foot by 140-foot graded access ramp, which would be right in there. And that would lead directly to the new 40-foot by 120-foot float and a 100-foot ramp to the existing dock. A new longer gangway from pier to floats improves the ADA compliant accessibility. Other updates would include electrical wiring, new lighting, replumbing, and other features as designs progress. The new float will be a fish-friendly 50% graded and gangway 100% graded using sustainable materials. The example float shows the typical section with a 6-inch profile, easy enough to get kayaks and other small vessels up onto and launched with a new direct access gangway. These non-motorized projects will provide more opportunities for hand-carry boats, including rowing sculls and kayaks, while increasing access for fishing, wildlife viewing, photography, walking, and picnicking. Low E lighting will replace aging fixtures seen here. The conceptual design and public involvement process has been completed, and the construction documents are at 40% completion, while the SEPA process is nearly complete. Sustainability improves ecological function, integrity of the environment, and impacts to fish, public access, public awareness, and a high-profile site serves as a model for dock construction, supports active crew program, and allows for accessibility. The project increases public awareness while integrating access compatible with physical features and minimizes environmental impacts consistent with 4 Puget Sound Partnership goals and objectives. It separates hand-carried and trailered boat facilities to minimize conflicts, improves access to family exercise and wellness activities. Compatible location with park and boat launch avoids additional clearing, will use locally sourced materials, and maximizes lifespan while reducing future operational costs. Site suitability. There have been piers at this location preceding the port's creation in 1920. By 1979, the port owned and maintained 450 feet of waterfront property. In 1980, the port received money from the state IAC, now RCO, the U.S. Defense Department, with $100,000 in public bond, and then the port and Kitsap County swapped their waterfront properties in 1984 to build a fixed pier. Compatible land use. No additional utilities needed. Provide access to 450 linear feet of saltwater front near amenities such as food, drinks, and entertainment venues, and within the existing DNR lease area. The best benefit is it provides unique opportunities for crew program with storage for rowing shells, larger, wider, and lower float design, and ADA access ramps. Expansion expands an existing and popular facility in meaningful ways for this community. Diversity of recreation, water access for all abilities, supports active rowing program, wildlife viewing, picnicking, photography, fishing, walking, and interpretive education. Conveniently located next to a popular walking trail. Project support. Several meetings and workshops help to guide and develop the current plans, with hundreds of comments and support letters received. Cost efficiencies by doing all 3 projects together. Efficiencies will be realized, including permitting, professional estimates, RFQs for engineering and contractors. No new property needed. In-kind support and management will be done by commissioners and staff. Thank you. Commissioner Ed Schofield should be here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. All right, Reed, you have a question?
Great presentation. You followed the scoring criteria very well. Good, good graphics, except for, I think it was on slide 15, the drawing was a bit muddy.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I have a couple of comments. One, I think you said that Kitsap was number 2 in county population density. I think it's 4. Just you might want to check that. On the 5 and 15 mile radius slide, I think it's slide 11, you should actually put the circle in so we can see where those fall. And I had a question. I have no idea what low E lighting is. It'd be great if you could explain that. And I have a question. You talked about 3 different projects. I'm unsure where non-motorized money is going because I see a motorized finger pier and a gangway to that motorized finger pier. And I'm not sure that water access should fund that.
Yes, you're right. That will be under the boating facilities program. Only the new float and the 2 gangways will be included in this.
Okay, it'd be great if you somehow color code, highlight, do something to break that out then.
Great suggestions, and we will be doing that as the design progresses. Unfortunately, we're kind of in the beginning of the design at 40%.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, go ahead.
Thanks, Carl. You mentioned that you're quite a ways down the road in terms of your lengthy Army Corps permitting process. In looking at your dredging detail, I'm curious about the challenges in terms of coming up with alternative solutions. What amount of dredging is going to go on, and how lengthy will it be till you get the permitting? And ultimately, will it affect your timeline within the grant period? Thanks.
Our
I'll go ahead and
permit
take that.
Oh,
Are
good, good. Ed, I see you now.
Jump in. Hey, yeah, what's going on there is, of course, the one of the environmental groups, we're in the process of getting it. They've gone to a formal review of the entire process, and we're not scheduled for another year to get a preliminary and then 2 years to actually get the review of that challenge to our HPA for dredging. So that's where we're at. If we can get in within the year, their biggest question is, do we really need to dredge around the boating area and where the non-motorized boating floats are? The second item is they want us just to dredge off the boat ramp, which would be more of a motorized boating issue.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and the dredging, while the dredging may occur, it will not be part of this project. It's not eligible in this grant. Sarah, go ahead, and then Lowell.
Hi, good morning. I echo a lot of Reed's comments, and in particular, it's not clear to me the sequence, or that are all 3 of these projects all one project that are getting the ALEA match or other matches. So if you could be more clear about which of these 3 projects are part of your actual grant application, and what the match is for this particular project. And I also agree that the plan view readability, it's not legible. And so if you could also provide enhanced graphics to show what the dock and the pier and the elements of that dock. I wasn't sure where the crew storage was going to be located within the project. And in your early introduction, you describe what the project will include, but you rattle off a whole bunch of numbers and none of those are on the screen. So it's hard to keep track of what's actually in this grant application. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
thanks, Sarah. Good things to clarify. Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. I just wanted to make sure that you had been in contact with our aquatic land managers about, through the JARPA process. We really want people to contact us early because, DNR has standards that, especially environmental stewardship standards, that may not quite exactly match the permitting agencies. So I wanted to make sure you were in touch with our land manager there, and I can give you their name and number. The other thing is I wanted to just see if you could provide a little more information on the upland pieces of the park that, this would be like the water version, but then there's, I'm guessing, some upland park area. It'd be nice to have a little more details about what that is and what they are as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lowell. David, go ahead.
Hi, Kathleen. David Pater here with Ecology.
Hi, how are you
A
doing?
long time since we've talked.
Yep.
One of the questions I had was the project has a big focus on ADA accessibility, which is great. And I know there's no proposed on-land improvements, but I think it would be good to maybe describe the existing facilities on land, that land water connection, just to inform folks about that there's adequate facilities for folks to take advantage of if this project does go through and you get the grant, which to take advantage of the facilities on the water. Thanks.
Great.
All right, thanks, David. Any other thoughts or questions from the committee? I don't see anyone's hands up yet. I know sometimes that feature doesn't work. You could turn your video on if you have a question, if that feature isn't working, but all right, looks like that's it. Well,
No more
Kathleen, Ed, thank you for joining us.
Hey,
Appreciate
thank you.
that.
Thank you.
All righty.
We'll work on all of the things that you mentioned. They're very good. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thanks. All right, we are moving not too far away to Bainbridge Island, Hidden Cove project, and I saw Perry, so I know he's here. Let's see, and this is our first acquisition project of the day. Hey, Perry, can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Looks like your microphone is on, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me? I still cannot hear you. Let's see, does anyone else hear Perry? Maybe it's just an issue.
No.
You don't hear Perry either? Okay. So we're not hearing you. Let's see, are you using, looks like you're on your computer audio and camera. Perry, I saw your video for a minute and then you turned it off. If you can hear me, turn on your video. Chris, there's also a way to dial in by phone audio too, right? If
there is,
if
yeah,
need
you
be.
go down to the options next to the unmute button. Okay, so just
All right, Barry, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Let's see, what should we try? Darn it.
You could call in if you want.
On your, is it next to mute in the little pull down where he could select a different?
It doesn't look like he's even hearing what we're saying.
Oh,
He's starting a presentation right now.
darn, technical difficulties. We should send him a chat. Hold on, Perry. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? No? Nothing? Anything? Doggone it. Try. Oh, what do we need to try, Chris?
I would say call in with the cell phone. There's options next to the, I'll type it to them.
Okay. On the chat. If you can hear us, we're going to send you a chat and maybe try calling into your cell phone, see if that audio will work for you. I don't think I've had this issue before. Are you on, maybe he's on a tablet or something? Are you on a different kind of device? Yeah, he might be. I don't see him in the list of. Oh, no, there he is. Keyboard control. Okay. Well, a nice photo of the sailing vessels while we're waiting here.
How's this?
Hey, that works.
Now we can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And you can hear us.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yay. All right.
Hey, technology.
Technology works most of the time. All right.
All
Good
right.
to see you, Perry. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to give you remote control. So click on your screen a couple times to get your mouse working. See if you can advance. There it goes. It's like it moved. All right. Perfect.
Great. Thank you. Sorry for the delay on there.
All right. Well, you got 3 minutes left, Perry. So
okay.
All right.
Do I really? Is that?
No, I'm kidding. All right. You got 12. All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Today's nomination represents an expansion of existing shoreline park at Hidden Cove. It adds a public dock, 150 feet of shoreline, and a half acre of upland. It converts a private facility to a small craft public facility. Bainbridge Island is located in central Puget Sound, approximately a half an hour away from downtown Seattle. Our community does not trigger the state's demographic thresholds. However, our limited public ownership of shoreline does trigger local planning need. Bainbridge Island has approximately 53 miles of shoreline, yet approximately only 3.5 miles of shoreline in public ownership. Hidden Cove is located in Port Madison and offers the only public access float and dock for public use in the popular inlet, and one of only 3 such overwater structures on the island. Private residential development along the waterfront has blocked much of public access to the shoreline, and from the county's inventory and within 15 miles of the site, there's Salisbury Point Park and boat launch and beach access, Squamish Tribes boat launch, Kitsap Memorial State Park and beach camping, beach walks along the boardwalk at Poulsbo Fish Park and in Indianola. These sites are within 30-minute drive of the island. Additionally, there is the nationally and regionally significant Cascadia Marine Trail in Puget Sound. In terms of local inventory, Blakely offers the 1,200 foot cobble beach and good car top access. However, environmental and historical issues constrain expansion here. Point Dock does offer a pier, a fishing pier on the south end and beach. Gasm and Holly Cove also have public access, but they come with limitations. Holly is a neighborhood amenity in terms of Winslow, and Gasm comes with deed restraints in terms of any sort of a small craft facility going in at this location. Williams-Olson does allow for public access at Manzanita Bay, and Chilsheb at Linwood Center at Rich Passage. Rockaway is a 200-foot-long dive park. These sites are too limited for a small craft center. Some road ends also provide limited walk-in access. Public shoreline access exists at Fort Ward and Fay Bainbridge. These are the previous state parks transferred to the district from the state. There is constrained circulation access at Waterfront Park, at Eagle Harbor, city-owned facility and dock and haul out. Pritchard Park is also a publicly owned shoreline park with its Japanese American internment memorial. However, portions of this site will be closed for Superfund remedy. Above is the local plan. A local plan showing the specific site for shoreline acquisition and LOS specifying additional shorelines. Local SMP section 5.8.2 through 5, goals, policies, and regulations provide that recreation lands, this park is a preferred use of the shoreline, benefiting swimming, boating, and fishing, and are specific priorities for these policies. Also, the Puget Sound Partnership Action Agenda 2018-784, to improve resiliency and effects of changing climate, Kitsap County water-based planning model. For the 2018-2022 Conservation Recreation Plan, we cite priority 1, sustain and grow the legacy parks, trails, and conservation lands. Above, the public survey, Enviro Issues, attaches that having a small watercraft shore access is the #2 priority for our community, and it's within 3 percentage points of the top category. The site is listed in our CUP acquisition as well, and above, the subject property is in red. This ends need. And then threat. The site is unique in that the existing dock and facility known as Springer and is currently owned by the Seattle Yacht Club, which has a much larger dock to the east. Through boundary line adjustment, this parcel can be integrated into the existing Hidden Cove Park. Because permitting and construction is complete, there is no 5 or more years of delay involved with federal, tribal, state, and local permitting, which would otherwise burden an undeveloped shoreline site in central Puget Sound, or burden a site with the dock, but in private residential status and no public access granted through permitting. Only minor adjustments between Hidden Cove Parks and the club's existing conditional use permits are needed along with the BLA. At present time, there's willingness to provide for a sale of the part of the on the part of the club owners to the park district. However, time and circumstances may change with current prevailing sentiment. The window is open now, but may not be in the future, should there be a change in the club board's direction. This ends threat. And then this is the expansion section, which is a little ahead of space. The current park site is comprised of 6.1 acres of tidelands located in Port Madison. Park features include viewpoint, recently completed dock renovation, picnic tables, grass area interpretation signs, restroom, ADA, walking trail, and access to Hidden Cove trails. The park includes a dock for non-motorized use, kayak, rowing, and canoes. Good access is afforded from the land and the water, and parking for 19 vehicles. The park is only one of 3 overwater structure destination parks in the service area. Currently, the district staff ferry sailors from the existing dock at Hidden Cove to the dock at Springer for program users. Acquisition solves this problem. This ends expansion. Suitability. Purchasing Springer would enable a year-round access to safe and protected waterway suitable for sailors at any skill level and access limitations, as well as storage, paddle boards, and kayaks. Additionally, the opportunity for BI Parks to expand program offerings to provide for equal access to those with physical limitations as a future goal for the Springer House is a much needed and invaluable opportunity for the community. The Springer property as a small craft center would provide additional space to support our annual youth jam, regatta, and other adaptive sailing that is not equipped to handle elsewhere. Purchase satisfies local planning need to provide for additional shoreline and to provide for a small craft center, number 13, in terms of our comprehensive plan cited needs. This ends the suitability section. Support from sailing enthusiasts include Port Madison Yacht Club, Seattle Yacht Club, Bainbridge Island High School. Additional support from Bainbridge Island Foundation, Parks Foundation, Bainbridge Island Rowing, citizen support from previous bond levies, citizen of Bainbridge Island, and then we've initiated support from Bainbridge Island Watershed Council. Cost efficiencies, zoning, permitting, and natural conditions or site remediation make duplicating the site at another park site or through acquisition years away and subject to lengthy federal, state, tribal, and local negotiations, future permitting and authorizations. These costs are only mount over time. Instead, the site comes in with an authorized use subject to minor adjustment and through utilizing a BLA provided for providing a trail to access parking. Additionally, there's a donation through the Bainbridge Island Park Foundation. This ends efficiencies. Okay, I've concluded this presentation, and I apologize for the, I changed the, I loaded the screen with expansion ahead of suitability. So apologies for that.
Great, thank you, Perry. Yeah, and that's an easy fix, is to rearrange your slides next time, so they.
I saw that after I shipped it down there.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, that'll just make it easier to follow and
Yeah.
to score the project. Reed, do you have something for us?
I do. Perry, it's wonderful to see acquisition going on in Bainbridge. So I have a couple of small minor things on the slides. I was having a little trouble following. And then I noticed that where you were is on the lower left-hand corner. So I think if you move that, like support and budget and stuff, up in the upper left-hand corner, that would make it easier for me to follow along.
Okay.
On slide 3, there was no 15-mile circle to see what other facilities were there. That would be very nice. There is a little bit of jargon, LOS, on slide 5, which I consider Los Angeles, but it could be level of service. And I have a question about purchasing the house storage facility, if that's part of our charge, non-motorized. I know the storage buildings aren't included in this, so I'm wondering how that works in the acquisition phase.
There is a carrier takers unit that is part of, my understanding, the grant topic itself. And the storage below the house is the entrance. There's ADA access and a drive down, and ADA access underneath the house, but there is storage component. So that area, if it's deemed not appropriate, could be exempted out. It's my understanding that some storage is allowed.
Okay, that's great. And I love your argument that, you know, this is a rare property, could go anytime if the board changed, but also that it can go into immediate use because everything is in place. I think it's a powerful argument.
Yeah. We are leasing the property right now. They're letting us lease it for the summer.
Nice, nice. Yeah, and that was a good question about the building. The eligibility of buildings is very limited in this category. So yeah, you're right. Storage is one of the things that is eligible in restrooms. And so we'll be working with you, Perry, just to make sure we prorate the value of that structure.
Okay.
If maybe portions of it you're going to be using for an eligible purpose, you know, we can work with you just to make sure that happens. Sarah, why don't you go ahead?
Good morning. This is Sarah from the city of Linwood.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a general tip related to particularly your early slides. When you're talking about something, it's not clear. The information on the slide is not coming forward. So for example, when you refer to different sites where there's water access, you have a bunch of plots on a map, but I don't know which plot you're referring to. So
Okay.
It would be good for your graphics to match up with your script so we can better understand what you're saying when you're talking about it in the script. And just in general, I don't quite understand this project. It sounds like a good project, but I wasn't really clear exactly what the acquisition was. Is it that whole parcel? Was it everything in the red boundary? Does it include the house or not? So it just wasn't clear to me exactly what the project is. And then I didn't quite understand how or why it's important that you capture this second dock when you have a dock at that park. And it's not clear to me if the site is ADA accessible or if this helps your ADA accessibility. So I think you could really strengthen your presentation by helping to provide that clarity. It also wasn't clear to me, you kept mentioning the boundary line adjustment, but I'm not sure why that matters. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great suggestions, thanks. And Perry, you only used about 8.5 minutes, so you have more time to flesh out some of that information, add more slides and clarification and that sort of thing.
Okay, great.
Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Lowell. I guess my question is about demographics around your area and what the need, who you'll be serving with the facility. And I didn't get much detail on that. And I echo what Sarah said about making sure, especially the first few slides are all together. We were 1 or 2 slides behind you for some reason, it seemed like. So, yeah. And I really like the photo, the aerial photo showing where the new acquisition is and the existing one. And I think some talk about, a little more information about what the existing one and how it will coordinate with the new project would be useful. So maybe having that slide a little bit earlier, if you can fit it in, will give me I like having a better overview sense of kind of where the project is and what it is. That's all I had.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Lowell. Any final thoughts for Perry on this project? Not seeing any other hands up, so. All right, well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing your project. And your grant manager will be returning this in the next week or so. You know the routine with some of these comments. Plus, the committee has an opportunity to type written comments as well. So there may be other stuff that, other feedback that you get. So.
Okay, thank you much.
All right, thanks,
Appreciate
Perry.
it. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, moving to the Port of Illinois, not too far away. One more before our first break. And it looks like there are several folks here. Lauren, are you presenting this one?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
I can hear you. I'm gonna pass over remote control.
Okay, excellent. I'll have to remember to look at the camera over here.
Yeah, oh, that's all right. Go ahead and click on the slide a few times. Make sure it's working for you. Great.
All right, excellent. Looks like it's functioning. Can you see my mouse also when I hover over here?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's get started. First off, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to join us here today to hear about the Port of Illinois' very important project to develop waterfront access improvements to their existing port facilities. This project is the port's #1 priority in their comprehensive scheme, and that was developed based off of widespread community support. So I'm looking forward to telling you more about it. So let's jump right in. So first, to summarize before I get into the details here, the port is proposing to use WWRP funding to reconstruct their floating docks, which are currently at the end of their useful life and in a state of failure. Additionally, the port is proposing to use funds to expand parking facilities and establish ADA accessibility through the site, which currently does not exist. So the port intends to have this constructed during the summer of 2021, provided that funding can be secured. The port very much hopes that funding can be secured because that is essential for being able to keep these existing facilities open, considering their condition. So for those of you who are not familiar with the port's location, it's west of Seattle across the Puget Sound between the cities of Bremerton and Silverdale. This aerial photo that you see up here on the top right, has 3 areas circled here, which I'll be speaking to more in the next slide. And this area basically highlights the places as that's part of the port's master plan to establish public access at this site. So you see the existing facilities include the Illahee Dock, the upland waterfront property that also includes a small launch ramp, as well as across the street, there's a future community center that the port is planning at a different time. So I spoke about the master plan. This is the master plan right here. It consists of 4 key components: a fishing dock, parking and upland facilities and improvements, transient moorage facilities, and a future community center across the street. So the grant funds that we're requesting right now, 100% is eligible under the fishing dock. So we're requesting that the costs associated with that, 100% of those costs. The parking facilities and upland improvements, however, will be a shared use facility for both the fishing dock and the transient moorage. So we're requesting a 50% proration on the costs associated with upland improvements. So let me tell you a little bit about the scope of this project. This project has 2 key purposes and elements. There's the development side of things and the restoration side of things. So speaking to development, at the site right now, we have these existing recreational floats that are at the end of their useful life. The port has been performing routine maintenance, but at this point, continued maintenance would be ineffectual to extending their life any further. So the port is going to remove these overwater structures and reconstruct a new fishing dock, as you see under component number 1, in a new and improved configuration further out. Removal of the existing recreational floats has the opportunity of a restoration element because we're removing facilities that are not up to environmental standards. What I mean by that is they have solid decking materials and creosote piling that's supporting them. So these will be removed from the habitat to improve it. Other things that will be occurring, primarily, I spoke about this earlier, the expansion of parking and improved routes and ADA facilities. There's no ADA access at the site. As you see in this bottom photo here on the right, it's kind of hard to tell, but that's actually a very steep slope and not everyone is able to make it down that slope comfortably. In addition, there's very limited parking in this area. So we will be expanding that to provide better access to all. So the demographics. This was one of the questions that was requested, we answer, and we have 2 different demographics here to address the service area for the site. Now, looking at this map and the 15-mile driving distance area that this site applies to, you'll note that there's a couple of other facilities, but they're a bit further away. So within the Illahee area and serving the Bremerton area specifically, we have the Illahee site, the Port of Illahee site, as well as the state park directly below that. So these 2 locations are what serve the Bremerton population at large. So the demographics for Illahee right here demonstrate that we have a higher than average disabled population. And this is also mirrored in the larger service area, which you see in that gray box, where the city of Bremerton also has a higher percentage of people who are of this disabled population. So considering there is no ADA access at the site, this is a need that we need to address. So I spoke about how we are reconstructing dilapidated facilities. Once again, you see a photo of the recreational floats, and it's kind of hard to tell in this photo, but what we have happening right now is the wood is rotting and the tiles are splitting and they're not particularly secure in the substrate, so they're a little wobbly too. These facilities need to be reconstructed so that access is not lost. Now, in replacing these facilities, we also expect additional usage, and we want to create expanded parking to account for the increased usage and also provide the ability for all users to enjoy this area. So I spoke a little bit about the environmental benefits. This creates an opportunity by removing creosote piling as well as the solid decking that currently exists with these structures. Supporting plans that are part of this project, the Port of Illinois Comprehensive Scheme specifically mentions this project as their #1 priority based off of widespread public support. Other plans that this project addresses within their goals is the Illinois Community Plan, as well as the Kitsap County Shoreline Master Program. So when the port was developing their 2020 comprehensive scheme, we solicited public opinion to make sure that we were addressing the needs of our community. And we sent out surveys for soliciting the public's response. And the feedback that we got back was widespread support. So you'll see these two charts right here are representative of the feedback that we got back. So reconstruction of the Illinois dock, you'll see that 75% of the responses, and we received over 100 surveys, by the way. So 75% of those responses were in agreement that this is a need and that needs to be addressed. And expansion of parking and upland improvements, you'll see that 88% supported this improvement. So project design, the port has already put in significant effort and has been planning this project for many years. So we have completed the preliminary design for this project already, and through that development also conducted a no net loss analysis. The no net loss analysis is in support of the meeting the regulatory needs, which we're very familiar with. And we will be submitting the permit applications within the month of August. The DNR lease update, which is a component of the regulatory process, is already in progress. Now, the port is proposing a matching grant for this project. So we will be pursuing a LEA grant as a matching fund, pardon the typo there, or we will be using port funds. And this is all to continue with the anticipated construction in 2021, provided that grant funding can be secured. So I spoke earlier about this under the project scope, but let me tell you a little bit more about this project design. There are two primary elements: reconstruction of the floating docks and expansion and improvement of upland facilities to include more parking and better accessibility. So something I would like to draw your attention to is this picture under #4. You'll see that there's a house there. Well, this lot that is directly upland and adjacent to the dock was purchased by the port in 2011 specifically for this purpose. The port recognized and had the foresight that they needed additional space to address these needs. So this site provides the ideal location for that expansion. Some sustainability factors that we have considered in this project. This project is going to have numerous environmental benefits, such as improving water quality and fish habitat. In addition, we're proposing to establish ADA connectivity through the site, which will let people access the existing educational signage there, as well as the new signage that would be implemented as part of this project. Finally, because of the port's position above the predicted sea level, we don't have to worry about the fact of rising sea levels here. Now, the social factors. You can see from these photos that this is a very particularly popular spot for multiple reasons. So we know that this location will be able to continue supporting and promoting those opportunities for the community to connect in this spot, which I'll be discussing exactly what all these pictures are demonstrating a little bit in the next few slides. And finally, this is the Port of Illinois, and their mission is to create, promote, and support economic development. So this project is going to have some economical impacts, including establishing additional jobs through the port's broader vision, specifically I'm thinking of the future community center. And also the improvements that are being developed are going to increase the value of surrounding real estate. This site is very suitable for what we are proposing. The port has a long history of providing waterfront access. So the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure is already there. All it needs are these improvements to really make this area shine and allow everyone access to them. And again, as I mentioned, the waterfront property there provides the adequate space for these improvements to occur. Additionally, this provides an opportunity to remove the non-conforming structures that are currently present at the site and bringing them up to environmental standards. So it has an environmental benefit as well. Expansion, what we are proposing for expansion includes additional parking facilities, as well as improved ADA access and improved pathways to the beach. So when we were soliciting public opinion, one of the questions that we asked was, how often would people use this? Do they want it? How would they use it monthly, yearly, daily, weekly? And the responses that we received was ranging from yearly to daily. 83% of people said that they would be using the Illihi facilities, the improved Illihi facilities, and 78% would be using the improved waterfront access and parking. You saw these photos a little bit earlier. So the diverse recreational uses, this is a very popular spot for all sorts of different activities, squidding, crabbing, fishing, kayaking. This location is central to the community of Illihi. And as such, it really brings and ties the community together. So when we were asking our community if they supported this project, we solicited opinion in a number of ways. We sent out surveys and received over 100 responses, conducted interviews. They put it on their website. We had public meetings. It was in the newspaper. And based off of that feedback, we know that our community needs these improvements and greatly supports this project, which is why the port considers it its #1 priority. Cost efficiencies for this project. Now, we have proactive engineering design occurring right now, where the preliminary engineering has already been completed for this project. And cost efficiencies besides that include the waterfront property that the port had the foresight to purchase a while back because they saw the ideal location and how it would benefit this area. And the facilities are already there. They just need to be improved in such a way that everyone will be able to access them and use them to their full potential. And finally, we will be exploring a partnership with Kitsap County to offset utility costs through stormwater improvements. So the port has been planning this for many years and has been making a significant time and money investment in its success. So that's all I have to say, and I look forward to hearing your feedback.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Just want to let you know you did go a couple minutes long. So just when you come back in, it's technical review, so we're a little bit more flexible, but for evaluations in September, you really want to make sure you hit that 12-minute max limit so we can keep moving. All right, so let's see what we got from the committee. Sarah, why don't you start?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Sarah Olson from the City of Linwood. I have a general comment about your presentation. I love your graphics. I think everything is so clear. It would be really helpful though if in the upper left corner that you had the, we score by each criteria. So if you could put the number and the criteria. Some of your slides did have the criteria, but not the number. And some of your other slides, you weren't necessarily queuing up your whole presentation by the scoring criteria, and we want you to get maximum points. So check the manual and the checklist on the order for your presentation. I also have a question related to the cost efficiencies and the cost for your project. Have you considered the stormwater management component of siting or adding parking facilities and a restroom building at your site? If you could address that in your next presentation, that'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Christy, why don't you go ahead?
Sorry, took me a minute to unmute. Haven't talked yet. I thought that the presentation, was very good. A couple things is when I was listening to public need, I already kind of had a feeling that you may be going over just because it was longer. It had a lot of good information, but it was a little too long. I was like going, okay, when next? Just because, so I had that feeling that you may go over. Under permits, is there not a core permit needed? I don't know if you need to mention that because that's part of what's going to take so long, possibly, if you need a core permit. And maybe mention more about the non-motorized activities that are supposed to happen there or that will happen there once this is in better working order. Because sometimes I felt like it was more for motorized and not as much non. So those are a few quick things. Thanks.
Thanks, Christy. Reed, go ahead.
A lot of detail, maybe a little bit too much detail for me. Some repetition in terms of the public surveys and things like that went on. In slide 6, you had popular water areas, and then there were other water areas, but they were grayed out. And I think you want to put in water everywhere so we see how your site gets people on the water for other places. You talk about the house there, and I don't see any money for removing it. I know this is a couple different phases in this project. I think it'd be good to sort of split those out and say this house can be removed, etc. In slide 7, you note the 19% slope. I think that's on the street, but I never saw a remedy for that for ADA. So that would be, if you're not going to talk about the remedy, don't put in the problem. And in slide 12, there was a yellow section that was labeled R, and there wasn't anything on the key that told me what that was. So yeah, that R there, I don't understand that.
All right. Thanks, Reed. David, go ahead, and then Lowell.
Hi, David Pater, Department of Ecology. Yeah, it's a very good presentation, great use of graphics and pictures. I just had a couple of comments about the environmental improvement aspect. I mean, you covered a lot of that, but I think it would be valuable for you to put in the amount of overwater square footage being removed from those existing docks, because it's very significant. And I think also maybe touch on a little bit more on how that, I'm assuming, because it's so significant, that you're meeting the mitigation requirements of your permitting and your no net loss analysis too. You said that was complete, and I'm assuming that's tied in with that. And I think it would be good to kind of emphasize that a little bit more.
Great, thank you, David. Lowell, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Hi, this is Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I guess I wanted to see a little bit more information about the need for non-motorized in this area. You did talk about, the demographics and the survey, but it wasn't specific, or I don't remember it being specific to, non-motorized use. Let's see what else. I like the idea of having your finger piers put out beyond. It seems like, in your number 1 in that graphic you have up right now, it looks like it's out into deeper water, which would be an environmental improvement. I did have a question. You had a couple other graphics that had other finger piers that look like they're being replaced. I can't tell. Maybe there is a conflict between the graphic you have up here where you have those two overwaters. So I don't know if they're actually going to be removed. I think you said they were, but the other photo led me to think that you were planning something for those areas. So maybe you could comment on that. And then you talk about the community of Ilahi, and I was just wanting a little bit more information about what your community is and how many people and stuff. Maybe you talked about that, but I probably missed it. All right, thanks.
Great, thank you, Lowell. Final comments from the committee on this one. I don't see any hands at the moment, but do you have anything? Nope. All right, well, thank you very much, Lauren, and your grant manager will be in touch, in the next week or two with these and some additional comments, and then you'll have time to revise and resubmit. So thanks for joining us, sharing the project.
Perfect. Thank you for having me.
All right. Have a good day. All right, folks, we've arrived at our first break, just a couple minutes behind schedule, if it's all right. Let's just come on back on time at 10:35 and we'll keep on trucking. See you in a bit. All right, hello everybody, welcome back. It looks like Logan, are you presenting for Snohomish?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Good mid-morning to you.
Same back to you guys.
All right, I'm gonna launch your PowerPoint. There we go, and then hand over control so you could advance your own slides.
Great.
Whoops. Somehow I closed your PowerPoint. Let's try that again.
That was very brief. Yep.
Very brief. All right. I think you have control. Try clicking on the, whoops, I just advanced. Try to see if you can control your slides there.
Nope.
No, let me try this again. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off and then turn it back on. Okay, try now. Move your mouse around and click a few times to see if that, there we go. I saw your mouse move.
Okay, just a second.
Working to advance your slides. Sometime down in the lower left, there's little sort of faded out arrows forward and back.
Don't see any faded arrows. Let's see.
Or you could try your keyboard.
Yeah, I'm trying the keyboard right now. I don't have a mouse.
You don't have a mouse or? Just
No, I just have a touchpad.
Mouse pad.
Yeah.
Well, that should work.
But yeah,
okay.
I mean, yeah.
Well, why don't you just say next and I'll advance it for you. That'll work.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait a minute. Was that you?
That was me. Yeah, I just.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, just say next and I'll click it for you.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, so go right ahead. You got 12 minutes and yeah.
All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project. Snohomish County Parks is requesting water access funds in the amount of $500,000 for improvements to Meadowdale Beach Park saltwater access. Next. Meadowdale is located at the northern end of Browns Bay on Puget Sound, approximately 6 miles north of the Snohomish-King County line, surrounded by cities of Edmonds, Linwood, and Mukilteo. Next. This 108-acre park is located within a deeply incised gulch that conveys a Lund's Gulch Creek to Puget Sound. The main access is at the east end of the park with a 1.25-mile hike to the beach. There is an ADA access and park access to the west on 75th Place West. A 100-foot BNSF railroad right-of-way separates the lower park area from the county-owned tidelands. The project site area for the overall project that is that this request is part of is outlined in black on the map. More information on that later. Next. This slide shows the existing conditions in the lower park area and shows this looped path area to the only legal beach access, which is a 6-foot wide culvert through the BNSF embankment. In addition to pedestrians, the culvert conveys the creek, gulch sediments, and fish. The photo shows the culvert under flooded conditions, which often results in pedestrians trespassing across BNSF right-of-way. This project is part of a larger project needed to address, This project is part of a larger project needed to address fish passage, flooding, interrupted coastal processes, and unsustainable maintenance, and entails, in addition to elements requested for funding underwater access, restoring a 1.3-acre estuary, providing viewpoints, interpretive signage, stream and riparian enhancement, and infrastructure improvements. This illustration on the left shows this project's features. The illustration on the right highlights some of the elements of the larger project. Next. This slide illustrates some of the existing impacts to recreation, public safety, critical habitat for endangered species, and coastal processes. Next. Within a 15-mile radius, there are approximately 29 saltwater access points. This park, however, is within a unique subset of parks that includes additional freshwater experience, forest interaction, exercise benefits with hike-in only access. Only 7 parks meet this criteria. Snohomish County population is estimated to increase significantly by 2035. With such a developed shoreline and population increases, it is critical to protect and expand existing water access. Next. Additionally, Snohomish County has 3 saltwater parks which provide uniquely different experiences. The overpass at Picnic Point is not ADA compliant, and Kayak is a drive-up beach. Overall, Snohomish County falls far behind other surrounding counties for saltwater access, with only 28 in the county versus more than 90 in King and Pierce counties for similar lengths of shoreline. Next. The park lies within 2 census tracts which do not have underserved populations, not surprising given the prime location of beachfront property. However, a nearby census tract, 10-minute drive or 30-minute walk, illustrates below average income, above average persons of color, and higher mortality rate than state average. Next. This slide just highlights one of the underserved categories, people of color. In particular, there is a large Korean population that visit the park daily for exercise routines. And we included a translator and provided a public meeting notice in Korean. Next. This park and project are specifically identified in the Park and Rec plan of the GMA comp plan for improved saltwater access at Meadowdale Beach Park through improvements in vicinity of the railroad crossing. The plan also encourages accessibility improvements. And then the 2015 Parks Visioning Plan highlights adding to existing facilities. Next. The 2019 Shoreline Management Plan includes goals and policies to provide safe, convenient, and diversified public access with no net loss of shoreline ecological function. This project addresses public safety and dramatically improves ecological functions. Next. When the only legal access to the beach is flooded, public determined to get to the beach trespass across one of BNSF's busiest sections of rails in spite of fencing and signage. The trains are silent, and this project is located just outside of a curve, limiting sight distance. According to this quote, trespassers make up the highest percentage of rail fatalities. Next. Trespassers are a leading cause of train derailments. By addressing public safety, the project also reduces the likelihood of environmental damage that could be caused by oil train derailment. Next. This slide shows the project elements, including the railroad bridge, the 10-foot ADA compliant concrete pedestrian path separated from the creek. There's sheet pile walls providing shoreline protection and beach plantings. The cost shown here is for the entire 5-span bridge, which also supports habitat restoration in the overall larger project, but the entire cost must be considered since the bridge cannot be partially constructed. Next. This slide shows the details of the shoreline protection that includes sheet pile walls and beach plantings. Lighting will be also provided landward of the underpass trail. Next. The cost of the larger project is $16 million. This slide shows the diversity of funds procured, including restoration, land and water conservation, salmon, habitat, and public safety grants. This proposed ask for water access funds accounts for only 3% of the larger project. That slide really messed up. Next. Because the railroad bridge supports both of the habitat recreation elements, this chart provides the breakdown of costs in order to determine the ratio of rec costs to habitat costs in order to assign a portion of the bridge cost to each. Next. This slide shows that 31% of the bridge cost can be apportioned to the new pedestrian ADA compliant saltwater access for total cost of $4.9 million. Next. This slide, that also didn't come through. This slide shows that grant funds to be apportioned to the recreation element, which includes the public access with this grant request from WWRP constitutes 10%, and the county's share is 64%. Next. The draft underpass agreement between BNSF and county is currently under review by BNSF. This excerpt indicates that BNSF at its sole cost and expense will accept, own, and maintain the bridge. Next. Water access at this site is no longer sustainable. Flooding impacts fish, stranding them on the lawn. Portable restrooms have to be moved. Fine sediment and silt is deposited on the lawn. The larger project and opening and removal of 17,000 cubic yards of fill for estuary restoration will address sea level rise. Next. Maintaining the existing culvert is not sustainable. Equipment size is limited by the culvert dimensions. Smaller equipment means greater difficulty moving material out to the beach. Federal, state, and local permits are required. In 2015, by the time we received the permits, the shoreline conditions had changed so drastically the plans no longer made sense. Next. The topography and character of the gulch contribute to the appeal of the hike-in only access, which was strongly supported in the development of this park. The water access at the bottom of the gulch rewards hikers with all the Puget Sound shorelines have to offer. Next. In 2015, Sunset Magazine recognized the park for 4-season appeal. Meadowdale Beach is one of the handful of Washington Water Trail campgrounds on the eastern shore of Puget Sound. And then there's Ranger Doug teaching beach ecology to several groups throughout the year. Next. This project has a strong positive environmental component. The new underpass separates pedestrian foot traffic from impacting critical habitat for ESA listed juvenile Chinook and other salmonids. Next. If awarded, money would be invested in a previously state-funded water access project. The culvert provided reasonable, cost-effective saltwater access for nearly 40 years, but increasing runoff and more frequent and longer storm events now render the culvert a public safety risk. Next. While the water access portion of this project is expanding from 6 foot to 10 foot, the bigger picture of expanding the opening from 6 foot to 90 foot addresses all the issues with the undersized currently shared use culvert, which affects water access, specifically the flooding. Next. By the physical expansion, the opening public safety will be addressed. There will be ADA compliant access where there previously was none. By separating the creek from pedestrians, the access will be accessible for more days of the year. Next. The reward of the urban forested hike is the saltwater access, a Puget Sound experience, including beachcombing and wildlife viewing. Next. Fishing, gathering for celebrations and memorials. Kindergarten to college age students frequent the park for learning and/or recreational experiences. Many people use the trail as an exercise routine for themselves and canine companions. Next. And of course, there's train watching, a sunset viewing, kayak camping, and occasional wedding. Next. 6 stakeholder meetings were held. Some of our stakeholders are listed here. This project wouldn't be feasible without the collaboration and support of BNSF and other trail users. The quote here from BNSF spokesperson who attended the site visit with Representative Rick Larson, citing that the project is a win for the county, the public, the railroad, and the environment, specifically because of the separation of the pedestrian walkway from the creek. Next. The park is partly located within the city of Edmonds, and city of Linwood owns approximately 100 acres in conservancy adjacent to the park, so their endorsements are valued. The quote should say former Edmonds Park Director, but I included because Carrie recognized limited acquisition opportunities along this section of Puget Sound, and therefore the necessity of preserving existing saltwater access. Next. We had a great site visit with U.S. Representative Rick Larson with 3 BNSF representatives attending, shown here in the photo. The project is also supported by Senator Cantwell and Governor Inslee, who had staff visits. Because the larger project is providing significant restoration, the project is widely supported by permitting agencies. Next. Our railroad consultant suggested a design change that resulted in one of the most significant cost savings that was unexpected, that of BNSF offering to construct the bridge with their crews. This will save on coordination time between a third-party contractor and BNSF regarding work windows, and an added benefit of quality control with their crews familiar with proposed bridge elements. Next. A benefit cost analysis was performed by Earth Economics with a similar valuation for the recreational benefit to that used for the RCO Commission 2015 Economic Analysis for Outdoor Recreation in Washington State report. The report concluded that the recreation value was worth $239 million, which is $134 million more than a scenario if water access is eliminated. And overall, the project produces a $4 public benefit for every $1 invested. Next. In closing, I understand this is part of a large, costly project by the 3rd largest county in the state. This project is a must-do because of the public safety concern for losing one of only 3 saltwater access parks in Snohomish County. The project is precedent-setting due to the BNSF component. We have worked hard to secure an extremely diverse funding portfolio that correlates to the diverse set of impacts we're trying to address. Snohomish County would be grateful for your consideration of funding the critical public ADA water access portion of this project. I'd like to thank you for your time and can answer any questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much, Logan. Christy, go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
Terrible, terrible.
Here we go.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm with Metro Parks Tacoma. The question I had was your sponsor breakdown match. Yes, this is a very large project, but I see that you have your federal, local appropriations, and 2 RCO grants. Are any of those or all of those already appropriated, or do you already have them, or are they pending as well?
We have all the funding. We have Surfboard, ESRP. LWCF is just kind of in the final throes of trying to get that into the current agreement. And we have the federal rail grant, the $3.5 million already procured, and the NOAA procured. Oh, I don't know if NOAA's on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that might, and I could have missed it, but that might be a good slide to have to show that you do have all that procured, because of the fact that that's a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Good, thanks. Reed, why don't you go ahead, and then Sarah.
Logan, it's great to see this back after 2018, and the 5 span just looks amazing in terms of getting everything through that space underneath the train tracks. I just have the similar sort of question about what our money as non-motorized boating, Cascading Marine Trail, public access, just which elements we are funding. Otherwise, it's a wonderful presentation and a great project.
So I wish I could advance the slides back or get the slide control, and I don't know what number slide I should have had them printed out if I didn't know. It was keep going. It was back one. It should keep going. It was back where it showed, actually showed the, keep going.
A design, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, that one. Yes, that will do. So yeah, this is essentially what you're funding, with the exception of the lighting is not shown on this one. But it's predominantly the underpass, and that should be 10 foot wide, not 9 foot wide, at the south end of the bridge, and the restoration plantings just on the beach side there, and then the shoreline armor that has to go along the concrete path underneath the sheet pile wall. But that's why I provided that breakdown of, the overall bridge cost versus recreation versus habitat. And it's about a 69% to habitat restoration versus 31%, which sort of correlates to the size of the opening in a sense. So, anyway, that's how we kind of broke that down.
Okay, I also noticed that going backwards, slide 17 and 20, where the percentages weren't showing, here they are. It's great.
Yeah, nice.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Reed. Sarah, why don't you go ahead, and then David.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Logan. It's Sarah from the city of Linwood.
Hi.
Hi. I know that the ADA pathway is a portion of your project, and I know most of your project is about the railroad, but I think one of your slides, it would be helpful to highlight that ADA circulation path leading to the bridge.
Okay.
And I also have a question about the funding, and maybe it's because those slides didn't show up, but the county's portion, maybe you could specify where the county's coming up with the funding for the project. I think you might be issuing bonds, or maybe there's some other revenue source
Right.
to highlight that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. David, go ahead.
Hi, Logan. David Pater, Department of Ecology. Just a minor comment, and it plays off of Sarah's comment about the ADA. When I was looking at the preliminary information on PRISM on the RCO website, I noticed, I think there was a more expansive project site plan that was very helpful and included everything. You could see all the connections, like, the
Yeah, that's a few slides in before, I think.
Oh, maybe I missed that.
Maybe not. It's
Yeah,
in there. There, this one.
Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, I think that,
So I kind of mentioned that the right side is showing kind of that overall big picture of everything else. And then the left side there is kind of focused on the water access grant. But clearly some of the other grants are funding some of, the railroad bridge, et cetera. But I wanted to kind of highlight or separate the two.
okay, yeah, I think that's probably it. I had forgotten this was in there. And it is a huge project and a great project. So yeah, I think that addresses my comment, but yeah, I think it would be really good to definitely zero in on what the water access grant is funding, because it's such a multi-tiered project. And that comment was already mentioned, obviously, too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, David. Anjali, go ahead, and then Lowell.
Hi, this is Anjali from Sammamish. Great project and really good presentation. Just to feed off a little bit of what the others said, when I look at the cost breakdown that you've provided as part of your submittal here, it doesn't show how those, ADA path and others add up to the 500,000. What I'm looking at submitted is more in the order of a couple 100,000. So you may want to go back and for the metrics and cost section that you submitted, you may want to just show how that breakdown adds up to 500,000.
Sure, okay.
All right, thank you. Lowell?
Hi, Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. I just have a couple of questions, or sorry, comments. One is, there was a lot of information that I was trying to digest, and I actually had to come in late because I had some technical issues. But I think it would be good to slow down a little bit in your presentation. It sounded like you were kind of rushed to me, just a little
Sure.
personal feedback there. And then I really like slide 5 that has all the different elements of the project. One idea might be to somehow color code the ones that are going to be, funded or have received some funding through this grant. Those are my only 2 comments.
Good. Thanks, Lowell.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands for questions and comments. So thank you, Logan, for joining us. Appreciate that.
Thank you, and sorry about the dog barking. I tried to separate them, so.
Yeah, no
They've
worries.
been quiet all morning.
Yeah, of course, right? As soon as you start presenting.
Right.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Thanks. All right, moving over to the Millard Peninsula for state parks. Laura, are you presenting this one? Hey, Laura, are you on the line? We can't hear you if you can hear us.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Yep, we can hear you.
Man, the minute I go and try and find myself, I lost it. Okay.
Disappeared. Okay, I'm
I
going to
can't see
give
the
you.
presentation now. What did I do?
You can't see it?
No, I did something though.
Well, yeah, we should be sharing the PowerPoint
Oh, here we go.
at Zoom meeting.
Yeah, don't mind me. I don't actually, oh, I should attach my mouse real quick. Okay. All right, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. And I'm
And
going to
can I
give you,
control the slides?
yeah, I'm going to give you control right now. Go ahead and click on the screen a couple times to kind of activate your mouse. There we go. Looks like it's moving.
Okay. Well,
There
my,
we go.
okay, my arrow, was that me that moved it? Okay.
Yep, that's you.
Okay,
All right.
perfect.
Cool.
Well,
All
good
right, go
morning,
right ahead.
everyone.
Yeah.
And can I go ahead and start, Carl? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. So good morning. My name is Laura Moxham. I'm a parks planner at Washington State Parks. Today, I'm excited to present to you our grant request for the acquisition of the Jones Family Trust property. Clallam County is the northernmost county in the Olympic Peninsula of Washington State. Within it, situated on the Miller Peninsula between the cities of Sequim and Port Townsend, is the Miller Peninsula State Park property, shown here outlined in purple, and the subject of today's presentation, the Jones Family Trust property, shown here outlined in light blue. It's a 20-acre piece of undeveloped land currently on the market for sale. The Miller Peninsula State Park property is nearly 3,000 acres of undeveloped park land. It is surrounded by Discovery Bay to the east, the Strait of Juan de Fuca to the north, and Sequim Bay to the west. The property can be accessed at trailheads shown here and here from Diamond Point Road and East Sequim Bay Road off of the Olympic Highway. Originally acquired in 1994 from the Department of Natural Resources as part of the Trust Land Transfer Program, Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission considered the property a new icon state park. As it sits, currently undeveloped, the property is a highly popular trail system with over 20 miles of trails. One of the most popular of these trail loops actually is aligned through the Jones Trust property. So State Parks is seeking funding to acquire this piece of property because it is a valuable addition to this extremely popular up and coming state park. It will provide public access to the water and will also solve trespass issues. Question 1, public need. After originally acquiring the property, State Parks received $150,000 appropriation to complete a preliminary park planning. From that, the Miller Peninsula State Park Vision Plan was created. The formal plan explored a full range of potential experiences and supporting facilities suited to the park. The plan was the precursor to the park's land classification and management, or CAMP plan. That's our internal long-range public planning process that we do within parks. Unfortunately, funding for additional phases was never realized. During the planning, parks reached out to hundreds of stakeholders and held numerous public meetings. The acquisition of the Jones Trust property is supported in the core values and mission of the Miller Peninsula Vision Plan by providing a mix of readily accessible recreation opportunities that foster the enjoyment and appreciation of the natural world, by partnering with tribes, nonprofits, and businesses to provide recreational services, and promoting open space and conservation through protecting natural areas and recreation features. In 2014, Parks worked again with local landowners, park volunteers, and user groups to identify public need for the property for the installation of a new parking lot. Public access through parking, trail improvements, and beach access were the most identified need by the public. As a result, park staff worked with stakeholders to develop an interim trail plan, which would help staff manage the large trail system for all user groups until such time as the property is formally camped. Additionally, in 2015, a new ADA accessible parking lot and trailhead was constructed in the southern portion of the property. The development of the interim trail plan and the new parking lot have helped to increase the support and need of underserved populations in alignment with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Plan by providing accessible parking access to the property. However, beach access remains in high demand. The reason for the lack of beach access has to do with the park's extremely high bluffs. In fact, there's only one point on the property with a low enough bank for public access, shown here. In combination with the Clallam County public beach access, which is over here, there are a total of 2 public beach accesses to serve the entire Miller Peninsula. This slide shows the 2 beach access points and a picture of what they look like. You can see, unlike the park access, the county access is high bank and uses stairs to access the beach. The Jones property provides a moderately low bank, but would likely require some sort of staircase as well. These are the 2 trailhead parking areas on the property. This is the new one that we just talked about. And then this one is an undeveloped parking lot usable for hiking or mountain biking. To access the beach from either of these two trailheads is about a 3-mile hike. Additionally, park users who want to hike the trails from the county access or vice versa have to traverse about 2.5 miles of rocky beach. With this acquisition of the Jones property, a new potential beach access would cut that distance and provide additional trail loops within the park. This request fits well within the agency's mission of furthering care for Washington's most treasured lands, waters, and historic places, because the acquisition will not only protect the intact habitat associated with the park, it removes the threat of development, which would irrevocably change the character of the park. It connects more Washingtonians to their diverse natural and cultural heritage by providing more trail features, shoreline, and critical waterfront access. And it will also improve quality and expand the capacity of recreation education experiences by allowing more people more access to recreational opportunities. Last year in 2019, the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission voted to make Miller Penn the next state park development project. And as a note, state parks only develops new parks 1 every 10 years. So this is significant. Acquisition of the Jones property is also consistent with our strategic 2015-2019 plan and specifically addresses the following 3 initiatives. The first one, promotion of meaningful opportunities for volunteers, friends, and donors. So this acquisition engages volunteer groups such as Backcountry Horsemen, the Dungeness Audubon Society, and Miller Penn Bike Club, who are advocates for trail development that provides access to water while protecting natural resources with thoughtful trail alignment and design. Number 2, formation of strategic partnerships with other agencies, tribes, and nonprofits. Future trail construction is one example of a meaningful and fruitful way to connect people with their parks. Partnerships allow state parks to realize strategic stewardship and development goals with buy-in from the public. So far, we have worked actively with Backcountry Horsemen, the Dungeness Audubon Society, and the Washington Trails Alliance. The Jamestown Sklallam tribe, who own the adjacent property to the south of the park and who have recently adopted our interim trail plan standards for their own recreational trails, have also expressed interest in a partnership with parks. And the third is an expansion of land holdings that advance our transformation. And this particular project would create water access via the Jones property, and that's directly related to building parks that people want. People want to access the water. Question 2, immediacy of threat. Here's another image of Protection Island. Close behind, you can see Miller Peninsula State Park property and adjacent Jones Family Trust property. The property is currently listed for sale, and while the owners are willing to sell to state parks, they are considering their options and may sell to a private party. Were this property sold to a private landowner, the public could lose the amazing recreational opportunities, including critical water access. Additionally, there would be no way to ensure the protection of its critical areas and unique biodiversity, as any development could irrevocably change the immediate ecosystem. The Clallam County zoning designation for this property is a rural residential 1 in 5, meaning this property could be subdivided and developed into individual 5-acre lots. This image shows the parcels directly adjacent to the Jones property north of the park. Development on this property could fragment the nearly 3 miles of contiguous shoreline and upland habitat that currently exist. There is no guarantee, were this property be sold and subdivided, that state parks would ever have another opportunity to acquire all of the parcels before they become developed, losing the property to future public use. Additionally, since the park runs adjacent to the Jones property on two sides, developing the property could result in adverse impacts to the existing established recreational experience, affecting the popular backcountry trails that run along these boundaries. Since the property is not developed, there are no facility, structures, or utilities that would need to be maintained at this time. Potential noxious weed management would likely be required to ensure no noxious weeds species become established in this currently intact habitat. This is the trail that currently trespasses on the Jones property. Here you can see how the trespass trail is currently part of the established, highly popular trail loop called the Bluff or Overlook Trail, so named because of the awesome views it provides. Per the landowner's request, park staff has attempted to close off this trail in the past. Currently, the trail is listed to be demolished in the new interim trail plan, though no work has been done towards that goal yet. That is why this acquisition is such a high priority. Question 5, site suitability. The Jones Trust property is well suited as an inclusion to the development of Miller Peninsula State Park. This is an image of Protection Island National Wildlife Refuge, an island directly north of the park. This refuge provides some of the last remaining undeveloped habitat for many burrow nesting seabirds in the Salish Sea. In order to protect the fragile habitat, the refuge is closed to visitations. Visitors are allowed no closer than 200 yards offshore. So for that reason, the beaches fronting the park have become highly popular within the birding community who come to watch the amazing wildlife. The Miller Peninsula is the closest access point to the wildlife refuge without a boat. Procuring the Jones property would allow for additional beach access for recreational opportunities such as Protection Island birding. It would also provide important habitat protection and support for biodiversity. The property's high banks provide not just valuable feeder bluff material and seabird habitat, they also provide incredible views of Protection Island, the Juan de Fuca Strait, and even the remarkable lagoon on the eastern corner of the property at Thompson Spit. These views can be seen from several spots along the bluff trail that runs parallel to the beach. As previously mentioned, a portion of this popular trail currently trespasses onto the Jones property. Acquiring this property would not only allow the potential creation of the highly desirable beach access, it will also secure a trail that is currently slated within the interim trail plan for removal to deal with this trespass. The opportunity for additional beach access, coupled with the other recreational opportunities acquiring this property provides, will likely draw more park visitors more frequently to the park, resulting in increased park net revenue. As previously mentioned, the Miller Penn property enjoys numerous user groups and people who are passionate about its upkeep. Trails are conceived, built, and maintained with help from volunteers like the Backcountry Horsemen and local bike groups. The acquisition of this Jones property will facilitate new partnerships through the development of a new beach access. The Jamestown Skellum Tribe, the Dungeness Audubon Society, and the Washington Trail Association are all examples of groups who have reached out to us for potential partnerships. Question 6, expansion. This property acquisition would add 20 acres and a quarter mile of shoreline to the park. As previously mentioned, the property is bordered on two sides of the park. Acquiring the property would secure the recreational experience park users currently have, as well as provide protection for 20 acres of habitat and forested upland, and provide a second beach access point in this amazing, iconic, up-and-coming new state park. Question 8, project support. Miller Peninsula State Park property has numerous volunteer groups and organizations that have advocated for the acquisition of the Jones property. The Backcountry Horsemen are huge advocates for the park. The organization averages 650 hours a year doing trail maintenance on the park and would be willing partners in future efforts. Verbal support of this acquisition was predominant during planning outreach for the interim trail plan and new parking lot development. The Jamestown Skellum Tribe are avid park advocates and potential partners. The Clallam County Board of Commissioners have sent us a letter of support praising both the recreational and conservation benefits of the acquisition, as have both the Backcountry Horsemen and Dungeness River Audubon Society. Question 9, cost efficiencies. Currently, the trails are maintained through agreements with volunteer groups. If acquired, developing the new beach access would provide additional meaningful opportunities for volunteers and friends groups to invest and contribute in the park. In addition to their letter of support, the Backcountry Horsemen has committed $1,000 a match, as well as their ongoing volunteer work towards the acquisition and future trail establishment and formalization. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. If I can answer them now, I will, or I'll take notes and make sure they're addressed for evaluation. Thank you so much for your time. I will wait to hear questions and comments.
Great, thank you, Laura. You're a couple minutes long, so you'll want to work on cutting down your script for next time. So for now, just take notes. We probably don't have time to answer every question. So Reed, I see you there. Why don't you go ahead, and then Anjali.
Yeah, it did go a little long. I think Backcountry Horsemen, the Audubon, Tribe, WTA were mentioned probably at least 3 or 4 times. And I think if you want to put those into a specific section like partners or support, that would be great just to move things along. I don't remember seeing a parcel view, property lines with what's going on to the west. And I think that would just be good to show. There's a lot of nice landscapes and everything, but this is acquisition, and I think we should sort of know what the parameters are of what we're getting.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Reed. Anjali, go ahead, and then David.
Yeah, Laura, this is Anjali from Sammamish, and yeah, great presentation. I know this is about acquisition. You did touch upon how the second beach access would be a better access than what it currently exists, a little bit about the elevation differences, and you may want to emphasize that a little more. Like, could the second access, you mentioned it would still need stairs, but if it's a few stairs, is it possible that that ADA access can be provided? I feel it would be useful to know that.
Yeah, and can I just address that really quickly? Thank you for bringing that up. The current beach access that we have is currently going through kind of a drainage. So we would like to address that. And if possible, still we would have to reroute that out of the drainage area. But this second beach access through the Jones property is more highly desirable because it's not going through a drainage. But yeah, I'm taking some notes, and we can certainly clear that up in our evaluation presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. David, go ahead.
Hi, Laura. Yeah, excellent presentation. Kind of playing a little bit off of Angela's comment about ADA. Early on in the presentation, you had a slide of a recently built ADA parking area facility.
Yes.
Great. But it's not clear to me whether the overall plan is to try to get ADA access to the Jones property and the shoreline, which will be limited, obviously, because you're going to need a stairway to still get down there. But.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll try and help clarify that. There are some challenges because of the high bank. Right. But I'll seek some clarification on that for evaluation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Final comments. I don't see any hands. Anyone else want to jump in? Nope, looks like that's it. All right, thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. Have a fabulous day.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye. All right, next up, Seattle Parks and Rec. I think Bob is here, and there's Galen. Galen, are you presenting this one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me hand over remote control to you. All right, click on on the slide a few times to see if you can gain control. There,
Got it.
looks like it's working. All right, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right, and I'll be presenting today with Toby Ressler, who's a project manager with Seattle Parks and Rec. Can you hear me, Toby?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, let's jump right in because we've got a lot of ground to cover over the next 12 minutes. So this is the Terry Pettis Park renovation in Seattle on Lake Union. So the park is located in King County, Washington, in central Seattle. It is just west of I-5 and north of I-90. As I mentioned, the park is located on Lake Union within the East Lake neighborhood of Seattle that contains a diverse mix of residential and commercial uses. This is a rapidly growing area with high demand for park resources and limited public access to the lake. Given our expanding region, there's a need for improved water access for a growing population. Within a 15-mile service area, Seattle Parks and Rec maintains 40 hand-carry boat launch facilities, but only 7 of those include docks. These hand-carry boat launch facilities not only serve Seattle's quickly growing 780,000 residents, but also additional regional visitors. Zooming into a 5-mile service area, we see that SPR maintains 23 hand-carry launch points, but only 6 include docks. Looking just at Lake Union, SPR maintains 5 hand-carry boat launch points, and Terry Pettis Park offers one of only 2 that have docks. However, both these facilities currently require stair access, so there are no universally accessible boat launch docks maintained by SPR on Lake Union. The lack of accessible public access to Lake Union is compounded by the growing need from new development and population growth. Seattle has seen 28% population growth in recent years, with numerous additional housing developments currently underway in the area. In 2019, the East Lake neighborhood was upzoned, paving the way for increased development and higher population density, continuing to increase the need for new and improved water access in this urban area. So looking at the existing Terry Pettis Park conditions, we see a need for accessible, safe, and functional water access park features. The treated wood features of the park were installed in the 1970s and have reached the end of their useful life and are in critical need of replacement. These include the stairs, retaining walls, and the dock as well. Further, the existing layout, as you can see on the left photo, creates hidden pockets in the park that limit lines of sight from the street, contributing to safety concerns and potential negative behavior. Terry Pettis Park is named and prioritized in the Seattle Parks and Rec 2017 Parks and Open Space Plan. This plan includes a survey of all Seattle residents that asks about park spending priorities. Each of the top 4 spending priorities highlighted in the survey are addressed by the Terry Pettis renovation. These include spending on natural areas, small neighborhood parks, walking and jogging trails, and public beaches. I'll get to the walking and jogging trails next. So the City of Seattle and Seattle Parks Foundation created the Cheshuhood Lake Union Loop Trail around Lake Union with a vision to invite community use and enjoyment of the lake. The loop connects Terry Pettis Park with other public water access points and celebrates the lake's historic working waterfront and reveals the unique character and quality of the lake itself. The trail supports an annual 10K run that held its 11th race in 2019 with over 1,600 registered participants. The next public need we've identified that this project addresses or that exists is to provide to restore neglected waterfront ecosystems. This project provides a significant opportunity to restore 125 feet of shoreline through the utilization of green shoreline practices. The picture on the slide is the recently acquired parcel that will be an addition to Terry Pettis Park. This will provide higher quantity and quality of refuge habitat to improve water quality and prey resources of salmon lake rearing and migration. Terry Pettis Park lies in an area of Seattle that is typically seen as more affluent, which the metrics on this slide largely confirm. The percentage of residents with disabilities and the mortality rate are both below state averages. The percent residents of color and body mass index for ages 16 to 19 are both comparable to state averages. Finally, while the median household income is higher than the state average, it's not the whole picture of this community. Given increasing income inequality in our communities, median income measures can obscure the level of financial need that many residents are experiencing. Looking at another common low income measure, we find that 15% of the residents in the surrounding census tract are living below 200% of the federal poverty level. In 2020, this amounts to an annual income of just $52,400 for a family of 4. So next, Toby is going to take us through the existing site layout.
Sure. So the existing site layout, as you can see, is right along the edge of the water, and it is in a very degraded condition. Keep on this one photo right now, Galen.
Yep.
Most of it is old creosote treated timbers that are splintering and falling apart and that are structurally unsound. And the pathways are old gravel pathways, and there currently isn't any disabled parking. Number 5, you can see there is a new property acquisition that we've acquired, and they'll be incorporated into the new design of the park. Next slide, please. So here's our preliminary conceptual design of the park. The design maximizes the value of the expansion area by providing the most usable area in uplands and on the beach. Extensive use of concrete seawalls further allows maximizing the lawn area, hardscapes, and seating opportunities. Design also includes native vegetation, especially near the adjacent properties, to provide an ecological function and provide a greater sense of privacy and nature. The most prominent feature is the expanded beach area, which you can see is number 5, between 2 and 5. The width, slope, and the beach material will be designed to use the existing shoreline shape to protect against erosion while still providing an increase in area for riparian vegetation. It also provides a barrier-free beach access that allows direct access to the water. Other features include large amounts of formal seating, benches and tables, and informal seating, steps and seat walls along the beach. Be 1,800 square feet of lawn. Views from the park were preserved and enhanced by the expansion of the park. And the open areas in the center of the park would preserve these views as trees and shrubs mature. Pass it back to Galen.
So the Terry Pettis Park project is committed to providing a quality and sustainable public project site that provides excellent and accessible recreation opportunities while protecting the integrity of the environment in the following ways: through restoring and expanding natural beach habitat, replacing invasive species with native drought-tolerant vegetation, using impervious pathways where appropriate, energy efficient LED lighting, sheet pile protection, shoreline protection where appropriate, and utilizing high durability materials to reduce operational costs and extend the life of the park. The Terry Pettis project site is also located along the well-used biking and walking trails and path, and will be easily accessible through regional bus routes. Looking at the site suitability, the project is well suited and ideally located as the majority of Lake Union is privately owned. From spring through the fall seasons, Lake Union receives some of the highest number of aquatic recreational uses in our city. Terry Pettis Park is one of the few public parks along Lake Union and an important stop on the Cheshire Lake Union Loop Trail. And it has provided public water access in a dense urban core since 1971. This project will maximize the topography of the site with the addition of the universally accessible dock. The project will both renovate and expand a popular water access point to provide universal accessibility. This will enhance the public benefit of the Cheshire Loop Trail and offer a spectrum of passive and active recreation opportunities. So the Terry Pettis Park project is optimally located to provide a diversity of aquatic recreation, both passive and active. With picturesque views of downtown Seattle and the Space Needle, passive water-based activities include bird watching, fishing on Lake Union, as well as picnicking. Active water-based activities include small craft launching and docking, including canoeing, kayaking, outrigger paddling on Lake Union. Terry Pettis Park is an important docking park for the Center for Wooden Boats and associated programs. Increasingly popular stand-up paddle boarding will also be supported by this project. The park is also an important resting and freshwater source for bicycling and running along the loop trail. And there's a photo of the annual Lake Union 10K that I mentioned earlier. Toby?
Yeah, so we've received some initial support from our friends of Street Ends, and about 147 members gave us early input through our SurveyMonkey process. While the COVID pandemic has prevented us from meeting with community members in person, the survey included a lot of detailed comments that our designers have used to help them get started on the overall design. And we expect to continue with our online presence with them during this time to help continue with the design process. And we'll do that through email blasts and press releases and contacting the Street End folks directly. On to the next slide. And obviously we're just kind of beginning our process, but we've been reaching out to all these stakeholders here identified on this list to continue the engagement with the community to provide input on the overall design of the project.
Great. So moving to cost efficiencies, the project will leverage the SBR acquisition allocation as well as multiple grants. So the $700,000 in acquisition costs for this southern parcel are not included in the project budget. And then we'll also, in addition to the WWRP grant, we are applying for RCO ALEA grant as well. And SBR is further committed to the allocation of the appropriate match given the pending nature of the RCO grants. So in addition to the acquisition contribution, SBR is committed to long-term maintenance of Terry Pettis Park with grounds and specialty trade crews. Additional cost efficiencies that are outside of the scope of this project include SPR's robust volunteer program, which in 2019 coordinated 28,000 registered volunteers that provided 172,000 hours of support, which was estimated at being worth about $4.4 million. And so there's an example in 2019 at nearby Interlochen Park, which supported adding 510 new species. And that brings us to the end. And thank you so much for your time, and we welcome follow-up questions and feedback.
Great. Thank you, Galen and Toby. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee on this project? David, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It was really good. Just curious, you know, this park gets a lot of use, and when it's really redeveloped, even more use. I don't see any place for people to drop off kayaks, canoes, paddle boats, you know, just thinking of the heavy use and the need for that. Otherwise, people could be having to drag their stuff for quite a distance to be able to access the lake and the facilities for launching their boats.
Good point, thanks.
Thanks, David. Reed, go ahead, and then Sarah.
Galen, I love how you're presenting live from Terry Pettis Park there with your background.
I forgot to mention that. Yeah, the power of Zoom.
Couple of things on slide 19. I think your photos weren't from Lake Union. Looking at the background there, so I would highly go to Center for Wooden Boats and get some good photos of actually the lake. On slide 5, which is the 15-mile radius and the 5-mile radius. If you look at manual 10A, our wonderful manual, page 92, it shows you need to establish water access by inventorying all available not water access points, not just Seattle Parks and Recreation. There's DNR, there's a ton of them there, but it'll superpopulate your map, but still there's a huge need here. And so I think you should put those out.
Okay.
And you mentioned the acquisition and the amount, and I would just drop that amount because it confuses me whether that's 742 includes the 700. And finally, I'd like to see some plot boundary lines. You've included some information about your Parks and Recs agreement with SDOT in terms of street ends. I don't know if there's a street end in here or not, just where the physical boundaries are.
Great, thank you, Reed. You're citing pages in our manual, so you're hired, buddy. Thank you. Sarah, go ahead, and then Christy.
Hi, Galen. Sarah Olson from the city of Linwood. You had a couple of really nice aerials and graphics that you used in the later half of your presentation that I think would have helped me to orient to the project had they been part of your a little bit earlier when you're talking about the park and the parcel next door and its location. So I don't know if you want to advance through the slideshow a little bit. I didn't catch the slide numbers. Yeah, go back another one and one more. Yeah, this one was helpful. And anyway, I know you've got a long script and you have to hit a lot of points, but the graphic that also shows the parcel boundary and that next door parcel and all that, it just would be nice to get a glimpse of that early on in the presentation.
Totally.
The other thing is, and I might have missed it, but I heard you say you're going to pull out the old overwater dock and the creosote piles. Can you, or have you provided how much of the old dock is being removed and how much new dock will be added?
We'll double check that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Christy, go ahead, and then Lowell.
It's Christy. I'm with Metro Parks Tacoma. And there's just one, I agree with some of the others, but there's one thing I thought maybe you'd point out a little bit better is you talk about the loop trail a lot, but I don't see in any of the design drawings how that loop trail is connecting to this park. So that'd probably be an important connection. And again, I think one of the big things is how are the handcraft boats getting to launch? There doesn't seem to be an area for them to lay down and launch. It seems like it's more of a pedestrian walkout, but where on the beach are they allowed to get into hand launch? That was it for now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. Great presentation. Really exciting to see this area is going to be upgraded. DNR has some waterways that we have been looking at providing some public access to. I was part of a small group that looked into that. One of the serious issues that we have is how hand launches functionally work in terms of dropping off their hand launches and then going down further and parking, because parking may fill up very quickly. So I would just echo what others have said about making sure in your design that you have some sort of a drop-off location for those hand launch boats. So that's one thing. Then the other thing is just small in your presentation, you talked about Seattle's, in the need slide for restoring ecosystems. But I thought I guess some of this material I thought could have gone into the sustainability slide as well, because you talked about the elements that were going to get included, and maybe a little more information on the type of new materials that you're putting in for your docks and how they're different from the old ones. That's it.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, Lowell. Jamie, I saw your hand for a minute and then it went down, so maybe your question was already answered.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay,
It-
good.
It was having to do with the context of the trail relative to that slide that's up now. You know, where does it come through?
Okay, good. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so thank you very much, you guys. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you
All
so
right.
much to the committee.
All right, we will move on here to one more here before lunch. I did want to mention that James Horan was able to join us. He's on our advisory committee and he can see the presentations, he can hear us, but apparently we can't hear him. So there's one-way communication, but he is here. We appreciate you joining us. James is retired state parks and has served on several of these advisory committees. And James, I just want to let you know, if you do have comments, just jot them down or shoot us an email and we will share those with our applicants. All right, so Blaine Birch Bay, this is one of our 2 combination projects. So you guys get to answer all of the criteria. Hey, Ted.
Hi, Carl.
And I'm going to hand you control. Click on your screen a few times and see if you can get that. There it goes. Perfect. All right, so go right ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, James and other members. Good morning. My name is Ted Morris, and I'm the director for the Blaine Birch Bay Park and Recreation District. Thank you for this opportunity to present the California Creek Estuary Park Phase 2. I want to apologize at the start that we might have some slides that have been changed and corrected, and we weren't able to get those in, so hopefully it'll make sense. We started this project to acquire, enhance, and protect 10.5 acres at the mouth of California Creek as it enters Drayton Harbor. We received a grant in 2019 for this project and have been working towards construction since. The original grant was to acquire and develop the 10.5 acre site. We were able to add the adjacent 1 acre parcel to the project, 18-1945, and the $300,000 cost of the adjacent parcel made us phase this project, but also allowed us to move some of the facilities away from the water's edge, which is good. This stunning property is strategically located from both an ecological and a regional recreation perspective. Another 12 acres surrounding the park was just purchased by the Land Trust and Park District, giving the district the opportunity to provide more freshwater and saltwater access. Due to acquisition costs, we have phased the project. Phase 1 will be the permitting, the engineering, and construction of an entrance road, parking lot, and bioswale. This grant is for the Phase 2, which will be the acquisition of 12 more acres and final development of the kayak launch, restroom, septic system, and interpretive kiosk and trails. So this is the property here that was added, 1 acre. This is the 11.5 acre, 10.5 acres that is this section here. And the other property, 12, is surrounding it. And I'm sorry, we'll have a better slide to show all that in the final presentation. The project is located at the northwest corner of Whatcom County, about 15 miles north of Bellingham, located between the communities of Birch Bay and Blaine. This property is along the route of our Bay to Bay Regional Trail and is close to I-5 for easy access to county residents and visitors. We feel this project meets the WWRP water access goals as we are adding 12 acres to a new park, unlike any in Whatcom County within 20 miles. This property will have both freshwater and saltwater access for kayaks and other small hand launch craft, swimming, bird watching, picnicking, environmental education, and also function as a trailhead to access the Birch Bay to Blaine non-motorized trail. Our completed park plans include a 25-car parking lot, 2-stall restroom, 3-boat kayak launch, an ADA trail with interpretive kiosk, and a 1/4-mile interpretive trail loop to grasslands and wetland forests. So this is maybe another good picture. There's the 1 acre, or the 1 acre that we acquired. Here's the original 10.5. This is our interpretive trail through here, through the forest. We've already gotten rid of these two outbuildings. We put, and I'll get a better slide, we put woody debris along the shoreline through here and planted over 980 plants and trees on the property as well. The city of Blaine and Drayton Harbor currently have water access only at Semiahmoo Spit and Blaine's downtown public pier. This new park will provide new opportunities for people to get to the water and access aquatic resources for recreational and educational purposes, and it will create non-motorized boating and pedestrian-oriented water access designed to protect the natural features of the property. The surrounding area has limited opportunities for public aquatic access, but is a popular tourist destination. Existing public parks with access to Drayton Harbor are significantly smaller than the proposed site, and most provide only visual access. The public need for water access is well established in local and regional plans. Of note, the Whatcom County Open Space Plan states acquire shoreline access, especially including sites on Drayton Harbor. It also identifies the need to develop a mixture of salt and freshwater non-motorized access opportunities, especially including additional sites on Drayton Harbor. The county open space plan also notes that community surveys show public water access is a critical need. In our Blaine Birch Bay Park and Recreation Master Plan, we cite the community identified need for kayak launch into Drayton Harbor. In the City of Blaine Shoreline Master Plan, securing public access to Drayton Harbor is a high priority, and the Puget Sound Action Agenda's Vital Signs for Healthy Human Population calls for the promotion and support for outdoor activities and the development of critical infrastructure to facilitate those activities. In addition to providing outdoor recreation opportunities, the county's Parks and Open Space Plan includes two relevant objectives, including preserve habitat sites, including saltwater shorelines of Drayton Harbor, and provide public access to environmentally sensitive areas and sites unique to Whatcom County, especially Drayton Harbor. From a public health standpoint, the need for additional outdoor recreation facilities to combat childhood obesity and improve mental health for local students is particularly acute in Blaine Birch Bay area, illustrated by the 2016 Healthy Youth Survey, which showed that there were higher than statewide rates of suicide, ideation, and attempts and depression among Blaine high school students. This screenshot here shows that the average BMI for adults 20 plus in the Birch Bay census tract is 26.92. A BMI of 25 to 29.9 is considered overweight, and a BMI of 30 plus is considered obese. Birch Bay is in the 60 to 80% range of BMI for Washington State and is higher than most other census tracts in Whatcom County. Birch Bay residents are among those most likely to be obese in Whatcom County, affecting 28 to 30% of the adult population, was a quote from the Community Health Impacts of the Birch Bay Shoreline Enhancement Project. This property is in an area that is growing rapidly. It is a R10 zoning, and residential shoreline properties in Whatcom County are rarely available, particularly at an affordable price. This property will allow the district, this additional 12 acres will allow the district more flexibility with trails, water access, and serve as a buffer. This area is very desirable for residents, and if we were unable to acquire the property from the land trust, we will have to put the property back on the market to repay the loan. If the plan for the land trust is to sell us the park district, the 12 acres that surrounds the existing 11.5, and then sell development rights to their other roughly 40 acres that they purchased in the area, and keep only one development right and allow only one residence on those properties. The project is easily accessible off Drayton Harbor Road. It will provide water access for kayak launch and swimming and beach combing on the harbor side. The property is also strategically located as a midpoint on our new regional trail system, which will provide opportunities for biking, walking, and running between Birch Bay and Blaine. Our proposed site plan carefully balances recreational uses with protections for the natural features and resources at our site. Low impact development is concentrated in the 2-acre existing home sites. The rest of the property will have a quarter-mile loop interpretive trail with segments of boardwalk in the wetter parts of the forest and grasslands. The trail will be at the rear of the site, away from traffic and development, In our site plan, we've included an RV site by the restrooms for a volunteer who will help to monitor and manage the park. The kiosk and waterfront trail will be ADA accessible. We have initiated discussion with Department of Natural Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Whatcom County regarding the kayak launch, which will extend into state aquatic lands. The kayak launch is floating, will adjust with the water level, and will not rest on the tidelands. The bridge next to the park will allow easy access for small craft, even at high tide. Work will be done on restoration of shoreline and wetlands. The use will be controlled by the small 25-car parking lot. The site also provides environmental education and recreational access while preserving this site for future generations to use with little development. It will give people an opportunity to experience and connect with their environment and become better connected to be stewards of these important areas. While the project will provide public recreational amenities, we believe it is going to have just as significant an impact on natural resource protection and enhancement with the protection of 890 feet of shoreline habitat and restoration work on the shoreline and wetlands. Currently, we are trapping invasive European green crab as a citizen science project at the site, and then we'll be trapping probably Asian hornets next. Our long-term plans for the site will protect and restore 90% of the property and enhance property utilized by waterfowl, shore birds, juvenile and adult salmon, and other priority fish species and shellfish. The property is next to a coastal inlet, which provides sanctuary for juvenile salmon and 4-H fish. The Northwest Straits Habitat Evaluation Study classified the mouth of California Creek as having very high conservation potential for juvenile salmon habitat, and also very high restoration potential for juvenile salmon habitat. The Land Trust was awarded funds through the Whatcom Conservation District and Rose Foundation to remove outbuildings and complete restoration of the original site, including placing woody debris along California Creek, south of the kayak launch, removal of invasive species, and planting of over 980 plants and trees. Our goal is to restore the shorelines and wetlands of this new 12-acre acquisition. Our design includes a bioswale to mitigate stormwater runoff from the parking lot. The majority of the trail system is already established, and the demolition of the homes will free additional space for a restroom and parking lot, limiting any further disturbance to the site. The low bank also allows easy access to the water. And you can see some of the woody debris that's been installed already along there. The site has easy access and it's located near Birch Bay and Blaine with a population around 13,000 that swells to 22,000 during summer weekends. This is a level site with much shoreline, has great opportunities for interpretation, is located along our Birch Bay to Blaine trail for easy access as well. This was private property and part of a larger estate. Uses are fishing, clamming, and bird watching. The site buffers the mouth of California Creek. The vegetation filters stormwater from the surrounding fields. Bird, animal, and fish habitat is in abundance. All development will take in consideration sea level rise and flooding. The site will have more constant monitoring that allow us to recognize issues and protect it better. This site is a rare find in the Birch Bay and Drayton Harbor watersheds. 12 acres of a natural area at the mouth of a creek is rare. The opportunities are incredible because of its location and its features. There's no site within 20 miles that has parking, restroom, dock, and interpretive signage. This one is the only one that's close to Blaine Harbor, where the only one that is close is in Blaine Harbor, where kayakers must compete with larger vessels. This project will double the size of California Creek Estuary Park and provides access to our bay-to-bay trail system, which is listed in green, along with adding trails inside the park and on surrounding land trust properties. We have a letter of intent from the land trust, or with the land trust, to allow us to put trails through their existing 40 acres that they will own as well. The new property adds tidelands rich with hardshell clams and additional water access. The park and additional 12 acres will provide access to many different recreational uses of this area and will fill a need that is not currently met by any facility within 20 miles. We've had substantial support for our project, including letters from Department of Fish and Wildlife, the City of Blaine, Whatcom County Planning and Parks Departments, and Whatcom Conservation District. We've already received restoration funding from the Rose Foundation and Whatcom Conservation District for the site, and a 10,000 grant from the Whatcom Community Foundation towards our interpretive kiosk. Our park district has had robust public support, and we recently had a 71% voter approval of our 6-year property tax levy. To date, we've raised a total of $755,000 towards paying off the acquisition costs of the project. This water access grant request is for approximately $230,000 to pay the acquisition costs on the new property, and the final amount is for the final park development costs. We're also applying to RCO's ALEA program to help with the park improvements. In closing, this is an exciting project with lots of supporters and enthusiastic partners working together to protect a unique habitat and provide critical public access at a strategic location. Thanks again for the opportunity to present our project, and I'm open to any questions.
Great, thank you, Ted. All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Sarah Olson at the City of Linwood.
Hey.
I'm sorry if I just got lost at the beginning of the presentation, but I got confused about the different acquisitions. So there was the original acquisition and now the acquisition you're coming in for this particular project. But then you mentioned another 40 acres by the Whatcom Land Trust, I think, and the development of those acres. So that could be cleared up with a better graphic that shows all those parcels and phases of acquisition. I'm also not sure I understand this graphic that shows the parcel in yellow, if that does include the water bank on the north side or whatever side of the across the road, if that's included in the acquisition. And what this property acquisition does to actually improve water access, or if it's just expanding the larger park site, but is there a specific bank that's included in this acquisition?
It does, and I can surely explain that better.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thanks, Sarah. David, go ahead.
Hi, David Pater, Department of Ecology. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I was confused too, like Sarah was, about exactly where the intent of the money is going to. And at the end of the presentation, towards the end, you kind of explained that you know, part of it is going to site development, and that was my understanding from my preview of the project. But it sounds like part of the money may be going towards purchasing additional property. So that was a little confusing to me. And then the eminence of threat section, you know, I know you got the grant last year to purchase a good chunk of the property, but the eminence of threat still gave the connotation of that you could still lose the property, but yet a lot of the money for this grant is going to its site development plan. So it was kind of confusing in that way. Also, you need a much more detailed site development plan as a slide, so we can understand all that's going to be paid for with developing the park. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, David. Jamie, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Ted. How are you doing?
Good.
I know Ted from my work at Northwest Region. He used to be the region park manager, I think, in that area. But anyway, I think that my only question, Ted, is on the site plan. I think the site plan could be a little stronger, but there's a restroom proposed. Is there parking associated with that? You know, there must be if you're having a restroom.
25 car parking lot.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Sorry.
That's okay. It wasn't explained.
And then the regional trail connection, it might be kind of nice to show how that comes through the site.
Yeah.
And how that might link up. That would make it stronger. So that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Reed, go ahead, and then Lowell.
Okay, it's great to see this project coming back for more work. One of the early slides showed the parks, but there's a lot of land parks, which I don't really care about. So it'd be nice to highlight the waterfront parks. Yeah, that right there. And I don't even see California Creek on there, do I?
That slide will be gone and replaced. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. And other people have said, what are we getting here? You have mentioned, we bought the property before 10 or 11 acres, and now we're getting another 11 or 12. It'd be nice to sort of highlight those in colors, showing how we're doubling the space here. And otherwise, very good presentation.
After my last ALIA presentation, there's a lot of changes we're hoping to make.
Great, that's what we're here for.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thanks, Reed. Lowell, go ahead.
Hi, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. I'm a planner who works in Olympia. It's great to hear that you've been in contact already with our regional staff about, standards for some of the designs for the float and things. I guess I have a couple questions. One is, are you going to have sufficient parking? And if it gets really full during the busy season, will there be drop-off and pickup locations for kayakers for their hand launch, basically, capabilities? Because if you get the parking lot's full, then people aren't going to use it. It'd be nice to have a drop-off, dedicated drop-off area. Let's see what else. Oh, how will the design keep people out of the sensitive inlet, like off of the sediment and things like that? I couldn't tell. You might want to include something in there because this is a super important habitat location, how those habitat features will be protected as well.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lowell. Any final questions from the committee? Don't see any hands. All right. Well, Ted, thank you very much. This one's going to be a little challenging. This is a combination, so you have to answer all 9 questions in 12 minutes. You were about 1.5 minutes long. Just, work on that. I know this has also been like a multi-phase acquisition and development, and you have a partner with the land trust. So somehow you got to come up with some simple graphics to quickly display phase 1, phase 2. Here's what this grant does. And but there's plenty of time. We're not coming back till September. And Allison, I know we'll be working with you on tuning this up. So thanks for joining us. Nice to see you.
Same here. Thanks for all your help, you guys.
Okay, we'll see you.
Bye.
All right, everyone, we made it to lunch, just a few minutes behind schedule, but come on back 12:55 or just a few minutes before that, and we will roll on with Benton. All right, thanks, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. Hey, Sue, it looks like you're here. And are you presenting for Benton? I can't hear you if you're there. Looks like you're muted.
Okay, how about now?
Aha, much better.
Okay,
How are you doing?
doing pretty well. How are you?
All right.
Good.
Just fine.
So I am presenting with Alan Rainey.
Okay. Who will be advancing the slides?
I will be doing that.
All right. I'm going to give you control. Wait, let me start your PowerPoint first. There we go. And there you are. All right, click on your slides and see if you can get them moving. Perfect. Sometimes there's a slight delay, so you might need to
there is a bit of a delay.
click and then wait a second. Okay.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I see the little arrows down there now. That's working much quicker.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's go. It's 12:55. We're back from lunch, and you have 12 minutes, and go right ahead.
Okay, let's unmute Alan.
Okay, he should be able to do that. Whoops, I moved the. Can we unmute him, or does he may have to do that himself?
Oh, there, I think he did.
I got it unmuted.
Okay, good.
Okay. Just a second, I need to.
I guess you don't need to see me, so that's good.
Okay, let me back up. I've lost the little, oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so I'm Sue Jetter, community grant writer for Benton City, and with me is Alan Rainey, the city engineer. We're here to present the Riverfront Park project, which will develop a new city park along the Yakima River. Benton City is located in southeastern Washington, 10 miles west of the Tri-Cities, and has a population of 3,500 people. This map shows the site location in green towards the right side of the map. The 14-acre site is within the city limits, which is indicated with the purple line, and due east of downtown, outlined in red. Here's our development site plan for the park. The plan is to keep the site primarily natural. The city's bike path and a gravel road will extend to reach the property. The park will have a launch point for kayaks, canoes, and paddleboards, 2 fishing spots, 3 viewing platforms, 2 waterfowl perches, dirt trails, 3 picnic areas, a parking lot, drop-off area, and restrooms. The bike path will parallel an existing 15-foot berm. An accessible switchback in the pathway will lead visitors back up the berm to the habitat observation platform. The project will provide 784 feet of public water access and preserve 860 feet of shoreline for riparian habitat. Public need. Public water access in Benton City is very limited. This map shows part of the 30-mile Tap Teal Water Trail map, which begins 1 mile upriver from our project site at Sportsman Park, which is owned by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We'll talk about more about Sportsman in our next slide. The next stop downriver on the water trail is about 4 miles north of the project site at Upper Horn Rapids. It's a primitive takeout site with limited parking. The only other nearby river access is the Scott property, also owned by Fish and Wildlife and leased by the city. The lease authorizes use of the property for our bike and walking path access. This site is largely undeveloped, but a couple of small dirt paths have been worn through the overgrown shoreline foliage by some who choose to leave the path and fish there. Sportsman Park, 1 mile south of our site and owned by Fish and Wildlife, is mostly used for its boat ramp. It also has 2 picnic tables, a porta potty, and a small walk-up water access that suffers erosion each year during high water periods, but is held in place by tree roots from the tree pictured. Total water access at the park is only about 40 feet, a 20-foot wide boat ramp, and these two 10-foot exposed sites around the tree. According to RCO's newly implemented match reduction policy, Benton City is both an underserved community and a community in need. When comparing Benton City's indicators of need to state rates, 4 out of 5 indicators outpace the state numbers. Median household income is 23% below the state. We have 2% more disabled residents than the state average. BMI for Benton City's teens is more than 1 full point above the state's 23 and less than a point from overweight. And mortality rates are 10 points higher than the state rate. Benton City is growing. According to the Office of Financial Management estimates, our population has grown 16% since 2010. Building permits for single-family residents have risen from 8 in 2014 to 31 in 2018. Although there was a drop in 2019, the city is working with 2 different developers to approve plans for 112 single-family homes to be completed within the next 3 years and 50 more to be built shortly thereafter. Public recreation survey results from 2017 show that 55% of respondents want to see more wildlife habitat and fishing docks. 36% would like river viewpoints. 31% want a canoe and kayak launch. Also from the survey, 78% said that preserving river habitat is important or very important, and river access is a priority.
Here's our development site plan for the western portion of the project. A new asphalt bike path will connect to existing pathway. The new 8-foot wide path will run south and below the existing berm. A 1/4 mile gravel road will be constructed from the wastewater treatment plant access road connecting to a 35 space parking lot. The parking lot will have 2 ADA paved spaces, parking spaces next to the restrooms, and utilities will be installed underground to the restroom. The precast concrete restroom measures approximately 19 by 11 feet and has 2 single-user unisex restrooms. Moving to the east side of the site will include a gravel drop-off circle connecting to the trail systems, a path designed for ADA compliance and access to the top of the berm and lower and upper observation platforms. The upper platform will have a dual level viewer for watching waterfowl in the adjacent habitat. The lower platform will provide views to the south. The under bridge platform will provide an additional river level viewing space. The site will be kept primarily natural in its vegetation and development. The specific fishing locations and boat launch site will be selected for shoreline stability. 3 picnic tables, 1 ADA accessible, will be added for further enjoyment of the site. Sustainability. Looking at the surrounding area of the park, we can see that it is located adjacent to the city property for better security. The abandoned railroad berm provides a visual barrier between the park and the wastewater treatment plant. The site preserves an unused shoreline strip for wildlife habitat. It extends the city path to the riverfront for recreational destinations. The site will be kept natural, leaving trees and much of the native vegetation intact. Native plants will be replanted in areas of disturbance. Skylights in the restrooms will reduce environmental impacts and electrical costs. Electronic flush valves and faucets will reduce water use and costs and keep staff maintenance to a minimum. Benton City relies on a recently installed solar energy array for part of its power, further reducing their environmental impact and utility costs. Anti-gravity coatings on the restroom will reduce cleanup time if vandalism should occur. This project supports physical activity, social engagement, and ongoing recreational program efforts of the city. The park will be maintained by city staff.
Site suitability. This land was purchased with an RCO grant for this purpose. The park will meet several needs expressed by residents, providing a variety of activities. Extension of existing bike and walking pathway, add a destination for path users. And the existing variety of mature trees will provide natural shade in some areas of the park. This photo shows the bend in the Yakima River just upstream from Sportsman Park. The inset is the boat ramp, which is the current launch point for the Tapteel Water Trail. This bend creates currents and fast water flows, making entries challenging for less experienced kayakers and paddleboarders. The straight stretch and lower flows at the proposed site make it a much better launch location. Riverfront Park will create a new stop on the Tapteel Water Trail, located in the longest segment of the trail. We're now in conversation with the Union Pacific Railroad, the owners of this 100-year-old abandoned railroad bridge, discussing the possibility of purchasing it for a trail to connect Benton City with Red Mountain and eventually to the Badger Mountain Trail System. While the bridge acquisition is still in the very early stages, its conversion for public trail use would nicely complement our proposed plans for Riverfront Park. Expansion. This development project builds on RCO water access funds already awarded. In addition to the 13 acres being acquired with that grant, an additional acre of city-owned land will be incorporated into the park as well. Adding this park to the city's inventory more than doubles our public park acreage and brings us much closer to our level of service goal of 10 acres of parkland for every 1,000 people. This project expands public opportunities to enjoy the water with bike, pedestrian, and vehicle access, established fishing spots, a launch site, observation platforms, viewers, and picnic tables. Diversity of recreational uses. Youth kayaking and paddleboarding is already happening in Benton City. An RCO No Child Left Inside grant awarded in 2019 allowed us to purchase kayaks and paddleboards that have been used for youth recreational programming. While this program is on hold for 2020, we plan to continue it after the grant project is complete. The bottom photo was taken at the Tapteel Water Trail's annual paddle, which starts at Benton City each year in June. The photo on the left was taken across the river from Sportsman Park. These two gentlemen really had to work to get down that embankment to find a place to fish from the shore. The lower right photo was taken next to our project site. You can see the railroad bridge at the top of the picture. These pictures show some of the birds that can be seen in the project area. Also shown is the viewer we have selected, which offers 2 heights for increased accessibility. Project support. The public is in favor of this project, which will meet all of the top 3 priorities in the recent survey. Full disclosure, I should mention here that we are applying for a local parks grant to build a splash pad in 2022. Clearly, that recreational experience will offer water play, but will be geared for young children and will be very different from this project. In addition to the Benton City public, we have the support of the Tapteel Greenway Association, Northwest Paddleboarding, Audubon Society members, Columbia Kayak Adventures, and the Benton County Noxious Weed Board. Developing riverfront parks and shoreline public access is part of our RCO planning document and in the current comp plan, and also aligns with the city's shoreline master plan, each of which were developed with public input. Cost efficiencies. The cultural resource survey has already been completed on all but about half an acre of this property. The 2 waterfowl perches will be done as an Eagle Scout project with donated materials and volunteer labor. Native vegetation will require little or no maintenance. The restroom facility has energy and cost-saving features, and cost estimates have been based on 2019 local construction bidding experience, and a 10% contingency was included for most items in anticipation of market uncertainties and 2021-22 project timeline. Thank you for your time. We welcome your questions and comments.
Great, thanks to you both. Questions from the committee on this project? Couple of hands. All right, Anjali and Sarah.
Hi, this is Anjali. Thanks for that presentation. Looks like an interesting project. You did have a slide where you talked about two other points of access to the river early on in the presentation, but there were several other dots on that slide and you didn't cover those. I was just curious how many other access points there are within the city.
Okay, thanks. And you don't need to answer that now, but it's information you'd want to share when you come back in September for the final
Thank you.
presentation. Anjali, did you have anything else?
No, that was it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Sarah, go ahead and then Reed.
Hi, good afternoon. It's great to see you back again this cycle. Excited you were able to acquire that site. For the lookouts, it's not clear to me what the design is intended for those. Are those leading up to the bridge? Are they adjacent to the bridge? How will ped and bike connectivity be continued if the bridge purchase is made? Do you have any precedent images you could show us of what those lookouts will look like? Those are the questions I have about that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Sarah, Reed, go ahead.
So it is great to see you back again and asking for more money. It looks like a wonderful project. Presentation was on the whole very, very good. I do have a couple of issues. It'd be nice to have some better graphics on the design and have some dimensions. I'm concerned about how far it is from the parking lot to the kayak launch because you have to haul boats back and forth. In your description in Prism, you talk about the property being acquired. I want to make sure that you have purchased that and it is in your hands now. You can answer that later. And then you are kind enough to tell us that you're going to go for a spray park or something. We really don't need to know that. There's wonderful things going on. So I just stick to what this project is.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Reed. Lowell, go ahead, and then David.
Hi there, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. Unfortunately, I missed the first couple minutes of your presentation, but it looks like there are going to be a couple of maybe water features that are actually in on, basically mounted on aquatic land. I couldn't tell whether those wildlife platforms were going to be out in the river or not. Could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, this is Alan. No, the platforms will be up out of the river, actually up out of the 100-year floodplain.
Okay.
Down along the river, the fishing access and boat launch are basically natural bank cleared of some of the trees or whatnot.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Let's see, anything else? I was a little, I haven't, this is my first time on this committee, so I haven't seen the previous stages of your project, but I'm wondering if you're negotiating for the bridge, to be part of a future public access or, right away, if you maybe are a little premature in your design here, or how will the bridge, if you get it, fit with the current design that you've got going? That's, I guess, really my question.
Okay.
Good. Thanks, Lowell. That's something you could address in the final. David, go ahead.
Just a couple of quick questions. David Pater, Department of Ecology. A couple of quick questions about ADA access. I'm glad to see it's a component. But is the trail going out to the observation platform going to be paved, and are the like the picnic areas ADA going to be concrete? Because it's, speaking from experience, at times I've had to use a wheelchair and it's difficult to go on gravel. You really do need to have those hard surfaces.
Okay, yeah, that's the intent, is that all the green is paved, the green trail.
All the green? Okay.
Yep.
All right, great, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, David. All right, anything else on this project? I don't see any hands, but all right, looks like that's what we got for you.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Good.
All right,
Thanks for joining us.
You bet.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, moving to Spokane County. And Christopher, hello.
Hi there.
Hi, all right, I'm gonna hand controls to you. You might have to click a few times on the screen to activate that. There we go.
All right.
Good. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to present today. My name is Chris Crone. I'm a landscape architect with Spokane County Parks. This is WWRP Water Access Project number 20-1252, Liberty Lake Regional Park Phase 1 Water Access. So we're requesting grant funding of $950,000 from WWRP Water Access. Our matching funds consist of $500,000 ALEA grant that we're currently applying for, as well as a $450,000 local appropriation. In total, the project budget is $1.9 million. Spokane County, shown here with the yellow infill, is on the dry side of the state. Our project site is indicated by the orange star along the eastern edge of the county and state. The outer white circle here reflects a 30-mile radius from our site. The inner circle reflects a 15-mile radius. As you can see, the outer circle fully encompasses the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene metro area, which has a combined estimated population of about 500,000 people. Liberty Lake sits just south of I-90 and is virtually centered between downtown Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, about 15 miles from each. Liberty Lake Regional Park is located at the southeastern end of Liberty Lake. The park and connected conservation areas include over 5,000 acres of mostly wooded area, making it one of the largest county parks in the state. 20 acres are improved near the lake, which is where this project is focused. South of the lake, hills rise sharply to the south, west, and east, fronting Liberty Creek. Elevations range from about 2,100 feet at lake level to areas in excess of 4,700 feet at nearby Mica Peak. The park also features a large wetland, sandy beach area, irrigated lawn and picnic areas, picnic shelters, an ORV park, an extensive trail network, campground and backcountry camping, a boardwalk to view the wetland, and a diverse mixed conifer forest featuring ponderosa pine, Doug fir, hemlock, larch, and cedar. So in 2018, Spokane County completed a master plan for the park, which identified a phased approach for renovation with a focus on 5 sub-areas of the park. Those sub-areas include the main entry and parking, waterfront, wetland access, campgrounds, and backcountry. The preferred design scenario was titled Urban Retreat Natural Showcase. So this project focuses on the waterfront area and incorporates some elements of the main entry and parking improvements. Here, the orange line indicates the boundary of our proposed project. Liberty Lake Regional Park is rapidly growing in popularity. As you can see here, based on these numbers, visitation has doubled since 2013. This trend reinforces the need to make improvements to these aging facilities. Question 1, public need. Within 15 miles of our site, there are other water access sites available to the public. In Washington, Newman Lake offers a WDFW fishing dock and boat launch, as well as hike-in access via Mackenzie Conservation Area. The Spokane River, Hauser Lake, and Lake Coeur d'Alene also offer water access sites, but ADA facilities are generally limited. This project's proposed ADA improvements, including pathways, a restroom, fishing dock, and kayak launch with ADA transfer bench, would make it one of the most accessible beach areas in the region. The Spokane County Shoreline Master Program identifies Liberty Lake shoreline as one in need of restoration due to continued development pressure. As outlined in the Shoreline Master Program, public education is essential to help show shoreline owners and the general public the significance of shoreline stewardship. Interpretive signage included in this project will help accomplish this goal. Specific to Liberty Lake, the beach at Liberty Lake Regional Park is the only public beach on the lake. WDFW operates a boat launch and shoreline fishing platform at the north end of the lake, but parking there is limited and there is no beach. The other approximately 4.4 miles of shoreline are privately held or otherwise inaccessible by the public. Mortality rate for this census tract is above the state average of about 683 per 100,000. We're here at nearly 705 per 100,000. So the beach area currently offers no ADA access, and it's difficult to launch small watercraft due to non-existent vehicle access to the beach. This project would introduce much needed accessibility improvements to the beach and provide convenient hand launch opportunities. Large groups commonly use the beach area for special events and general water access. This photo shows the Polar Plunge event during the winter. The new expanded multi-use dock system will include an ADA kayak launch with transfer bench, and the dock's orientation relative to the beach will define the swimming area and keep swimmers safe from boat traffic and fishing. The new dedicated and accessible fishing platform on the dock would provide expanded opportunities for anglers of all ability levels to access the water. EWU, which is about 35 miles away, has developed a pool-based adaptive paddling program, but has been unable to expand to outdoor experiences due to lack of facilities. This project would give them the ability to expand to outdoor opportunities. Continuing with public need, initially developed in the 1970s, early 70s, this project's original improvements remain substantially intact. And after nearly 50 years, they're in need of renovation or replacement. The aging beach area restroom would be replaced with a new ADA compliant CXT building with 4 individual restrooms, each with its own shower. This project is specifically identified in both the current Spokane County Parks 6-year capital facilities plan, as well as the Liberty Lake Regional Park Master Plan, which was adopted in 2018. Interpretive signage will be installed, helping to educate visitors on the importance of protecting sensitive aquatic lands. Question 3, project design. Our proposal includes modifications to the park entrance, including automated ticket entry and dual exit lanes. Other improvements include new parking stalls along the beach access road, paved ADA access pathways, picnic shelter, new CXT flush toilet building with showers, 3 small shade structures, and a new and expanded dock. Here's a perspective of the proposed beach improvements. The new picnic shelter would provide much needed shade at the beach area and provide room for large groups next to the water. The Navajo style CXT allows each restroom to be independently closed for cleaning, leaving the others available for use. We've also budgeted for the PEX plumbing upgrade, which will keep all copper pipe out of the building, and that should help reduce ongoing maintenance and repair costs. Liberty Creek, which is the main tributary to Liberty Lake, empties into a 155-acre wetland directly adjacent to the beach area. This proximity creates excellent educational opportunities, and County Parks will work in coordination with Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District to develop interpretive signage. Proposed future phases of implementation of the master plan include a new boardwalk feature, improvements to the campground, and improvements to the equestrian and backcountry parking lot. Question 4, sustainability. Bioswales and rain gardens will provide for stormwater treatment, and the new restroom building will include auto flush valves and electric hand dryers, which will reduce water use, paper product consumption, and waste at the site. Native plants like ponderosa pine and serviceberry will be used, which will provide excellent cover, nesting sites, and food sources for many types of birds and other small animals. Flowers on serviceberry and shrubby penstemon will also help support pollinator habitat. Traditional docks like the existing one at Liberty Lake Regional Park can negatively impact fish life by shading the water surface. In response, the proposed dock has been designed to incorporate functional grading as the walking surface with 46% open area. This material exceeds light pass-through guidelines set forth by the Army Corps of Engineers, is ADA compliant, and is extremely durable, which will translate to a final product that will hold up to the high volume of visitors and require less upkeep over time. Question 5, site suitability. Here's another perspective of Liberty Lake looking south over the lake. You can see all the residential development around the lake. Looking back at the history of this site, early fur traders told stories of Coeur d'Alene Native Americans holding horse races on the shores of Liberty Lake as far back as 1850. In 1896, a private tent-style resort opened near the project site that featured a store, restaurant, dance pavilion, and boat shuttle between the resort and the North Shore. In 1966, the Miller Ranch was purchased by Spokane County using county funds along with state and federal funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Total price tag was $240,000, which in 2020 dollars equates to about 1.9 million. Current use at the park includes hiking, mountain biking, trail running, equestrian activities, tent, RV, cabin, and backcountry camping, swimming, sunbathing, sand volleyball, fishing, water sports, bird and wildlife viewing, group events like weddings, and educational activities like field trips. As mentioned, the proposed dock will allow sunlight to reach the surface of the water. This will help minimize impacts to aquatic life. Question 6, expansion. This project will expand accessibility to the beach area, water access, restrooms, and small boat launch opportunities at Liberty Lake Regional Park. Parking would also be expanded with the addition of 23 standard and 7 ADA stalls. Question 6, diversity of recreational uses. This project, if funded, would significantly expand opportunities for visitors to enjoy Liberty Lake. Fishing, swimming, water sports, wildlife viewing, and picnicking would all be available to visitors of all ability levels. Question 8, project support. So separate from the public support expressed during the master planning process, we've also received letters of support from the City of Liberty Lake, Spokane City Parks and Rec, EWU, Team River Runner, WDFW, and Spokane Canoe and Kayak Club. Public input was gathered via stakeholder interviews, project website, email communication, pop-up studio events, and a public workshop, and a rollout event. Question 9, cost efficiencies. Separate from this application, the Liberty Lake Regional Park Master Plan was funded through a $50,000 anonymous donation. With much community support, the master plan laid the groundwork and helped sculpt the framework of this project. And that is my last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Chris. Questions on this project? Lowell, go ahead.
Hi, that was a really great presentation. Liked it a lot. You got some great graphics in there. You can understand what's going on. A question is really about whether your project, particularly the outer docks, might be on DNR aquatic lands, and whether you've contacted any of the, our land manager over there, whose name is Dave Harsh. He would be the one that you would need to contact about that. The reason I ask is because, you know, we have slightly different requirements for our stewardship than the regulatory agencies. So like, for instance, we may have different dock grading requirements, slightly different than the Corps of Engineers, that sort of thing. So just wanted to make sure you checked in with Dave Harsh as soon as you can about this.
Sure.
Otherwise, really great presentation. Looks like an exciting project.
Okay, thanks, Lowell. Reed and then Sarah.
Second on the proposal and presentation, first rate. Just have one small question, well, two small questions. One is the beach area being expanded at all? Because it looks like that's quite a bit of use for that small area, and you may be introducing more parking and more area upland, but if the beach is the same, it's going to be even more impacted. And the second is on slide 25, you talk about the phased approach and the boardwalk. Is the boardwalk anywhere near this and tied into it in the future? Don't need to know now, but something maybe for the future.
Thanks. Sarah, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Olson, City of Linwood. I agree, you have some very nice graphics. I may have missed it, but the last graphic you have on slide 37, I would like to see that used also in just a very brief overview in the introduction of your presentation so that we know very clearly what your grant application is asking for and all of the components of that grant application. I'm also curious, you have a grant application in for, I think, ALEA or one of the other grants. If you don't get both grant applications, are you going to be able to come up with the match that's required for the project? Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Eric, I think I saw your hand for a minute and then it disappeared. So maybe your question was answered, but I didn't want to miss you.
Yeah, thanks for checking in. Reed addressed it. I also felt uncertain as to the nature of the design proposal and some of the pictures of past usage, where it was very busy, very popular there on the swimming beach area, and with the proposed improvements now, whether or not that would diminish the capacity for that type of use, and whether or not there's just kind of a transfer of the same density of use, but just different types of use than just simply a swimming beach. So I think Reed kind of touched on that. So I just wanted to echo that was one question I had.
Good, thanks, Eric. All right, I don't see any other hands up for comments. So thanks, everyone. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, moving to the City of Lake Forest Park. This is an acquisition, I believe. Yep. And I think, Corey, are you presenting this one?
Yes, hello.
Hi there. All right, let me, if I can, I'll give you control to advance the slides. There we go. Click on the slide a couple times, see if you can get your mouse to work. All right. Good. Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to share the Lake Forest Park waterfront property project for water access. My name is Corey Roach, and I'm the Community Volunteer Coordinator here with Philip Hill, our City Administrator, and Frank Zink, our Deputy City Administrator. Since presenting last week in local parks, we have decided to go a couple different directions and requesting funds for the entire property instead of just the waterfront access. We'll be updating slides later after the technical review is complete, and we'll discuss that more as we go through the presentation. Lake Forest Park is roughly 3 square miles with just over 13,500 residents in a predominantly bedroom community located in King County, perched at the north end of Lake Washington, bordering Snohomish County. The city is known for its robust tree canopy, environmental values, and large residential lots with 2 elementary schools, but lacking public waterfront access and recreation. The lakefront property is shown on this map with the red star. City of Lake Forest Park is requesting financial assistance to support the acquisition of waterfront land. This property is situated on the northwest shores of Lake Washington that provides the opportunity to secure and acquire 1.91 acres of lakefront property to be preserved and utilized as a future city park. Public water access is a feature the city currently lacks to provide its residents and local community members. The lakefront property is located near the city's town center and city hall, just off the Burke-Gilman Trail and next door to an existing Line Creek waterfront preserve. The city is also in the process of completing a study to provide a pedestrian grade separated crossing over 522 Bothell Way. This will create easy access to park at City Hall and walk down to the waterfront. In 2018, the city completed its first PROS plan, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Trails, where it became evident that waterfront access and recreation was a top priority. Acquiring this property also aligns with the goals, policies, and level of service the city's comprehensive plan, the 100-year legacy plan, and our new PROS plan. The park is intended to meet the needs of our residents who choose to age in place for young families who are moving into our neighborhoods. The city currently maintains a rate of just over 3 acres per 1,000 residents, where the national median is around 10 acres. This slide is part of the outdated presentation, but the city is looking for acquisition funds to help purchase the 1.9 acres of land to create a public park on the shores of Lake Washington for active recreation along Lake Washington. The carve out part on the west side of the property allows the city to retain the house to use as a potential community gathering and one or two cabins to create for historic significance of the property with appropriate markers. The shaded orange area will be demoed and restored to provide an opportunity for future picnic shelter, bathroom area, and some opportunity for recreation. The city would like to provide an area for people to bring down kayaks, paddleboards, and enjoy a picnic near the water.
This is Philip Hill. I've got the next slide, and this one has been updated as well. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of the immediacy with which we pursued this property. Back in 2019, this lakefront property had been for several years in bankruptcy court, and it was last year when came to the attention of the city that it was going to be able to come out of bankruptcy court and that it had one potential purchaser who was a developer who would look to then subdivide the property. The city spooled up quickly. We partnered with King County Councilmember Dembowski on the parks levy that he had run and just passed, as well as Forterra, to take the property down for a purchase price of $5 million. And at that time, the bankruptcy court that we attended awarded the sale to the city and Forterra, as it was the best opportunity for the current property owner. We then, as the city, formed an agreement with Forterra to hold the property for a period of up to 2 years. That would expire in December of 2021. The caveat with that agreement with Forterra is that if the city is unable to secure the property by December of 2021, Forterra has the right to market the property and to sell it how they see fit.
This property hits all the marks in acquiring waterfront access and recreation on the lake to the public. Not only will it provide the Lake Forest Park residents this access, it's also located just the steps off the Burke-Gilman Trail and across the street from the City Hall and the Town Center. This provides a low bank waterfront and existing stable dock, large flat grassy area for play in close proximity to our downtown center with plenty of free parking. And ADA approved parking spots will be added to the park along with the drop-off / pickup area once we get into the planning stages. Although this is technically not an expansion of a park, it is located next door to Line Creek Waterfront Preserve, a passive park and home to a salmon and fish spawning creek and a reestablished floodplain. Next to Line Creek Waterfront Park, there's also a private club named the Civic Club. This includes around 500 properties that are grandfather into beach rights.
Project support, obviously we attached a copy of the letter from Councilmember Dembowski committing up to $2.5 million for the recently passed Parks Levy. We have the full support of the mayor and city council, as well as our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And this also was a top priority coming out of the city's 2017 PROS plan.
Right now we're looking for the purchase of the total property is $5 million. We have up to $2.5 million from the King County Parks Levy. The city is contributing $500,000. And we have submitted a 2020 CFT application we're waiting to hear back from. And this is where we're going to retract most likely our local parks application and upgrade our waterfront access. So over here you can see the existing dock, waterfront access, and space for small active recreation. You can see the main house up on the left, and to the right, those areas will be demolished for picnic shelter and potential bathroom. So here's the waterfront access, ground view. Again, thank you for your time and potential partnership in creating a wonderful asset to the community of Lake Forest Park.
Great. Thank you. All right. One thing I just want to mention, when you traded back and forth talking, the sound was a little funny. When the second person started talking, it was really quiet and then got louder and louder. I don't know if are you in the same room and or calling in from different, I don't know if it's a technology thing or.
We're thinking it's the laptop we're using today. This will not be the laptop we use in the future. We're having trouble hearing you as well. So we think it's the technology. We're in the same room.
Same room. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's weird. It's like you're really quiet at first and then you get louder and we can hear you, but only like when you transition speakers. So anyway, let's get going. So David has a question and then Reed.
Yeah, David Pater, Department of Ecology, just a couple of questions. I recommend you put in the linear length of shoreline somewhere in the presentation. That's pretty important to point that out because it is an elongated lot perpendicular to the lake. Also wondering, and this is a question that comes up a lot these days, whether or not you've circled back with your match sources to make sure that those matches are still secure given the times we're living in, so to speak. Thanks.
Good, thanks. Reed, go ahead.
This is Reed, neighbor from the South Seattle, and I occasionally travel that route. It's very heavily trafficked, so I have a little concerned about access to there. You talked about a bridge from City Hall over. I'd like to see a conceptual drawing of that and maybe a timeline on how that's going to happen. And maybe, I know the Burke Gilman runs right by, how people are going to get there, bringing their kayaks, ADA access, pedestrian access. It would be nice to see how this acquisition can be accessed. Thank you.
Good, thanks, Reed. Yeah, I think what he's saying is like a more detailed conceptual plan that shows how that might work, how it might be developed. Other thoughts, comments from the committee? There's a hand, Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Washington DNR. My question was, you mentioned there were 523 existing folks that used a community center next door and some portion of use being grandfathered in, and I got a little confused. I was curious whether that applies to this parcel of land or not, and if so, make sure you clarify that.
Okay. Do you want me to clarify right now while we're here or just wait?
If it's quick, otherwise, yeah, just do
Yeah,
it.
it's really quick. So some of the original plats, about 500 lots, have access to the Civic Club, which is privately held. The rest of the residents of Lake Forest Park do not have access to that park, and that would not extend to this property.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Final thoughts on this one? No? All right. Well, thank you both. You were actually under time by about 3.5 minutes, so you do have more time to work with. You can have 12 minutes to respond to all the criteria in this category. And that is something that varies by grant program, so it's a little tricky. If you're matching another grant, you might have another presentation that's 15 minutes or 20 minutes, but this one's 12. So anyway, thank you for joining us. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And folks, we are going to take a break. The original schedule had only one break this afternoon, and I just felt like that was going to be too much trying to do 5 projects in a row. So I broke that into 2 10-minute breaks. So let's come on back at about, well, little before 2:05 so we can continue on. Hey, Rick, you there? Looks like you're presenting this next one for DNR.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, excellent. Well, we'll get going here in just about a minute. All right, I'm gonna hand you controls, if I can find you in the list. There you are. All right, click on your screen a couple times, see if you can move the slides. Excellent. All right, well, we are back. So this is, let me see, DNR, oh, this is our second combination project. So you get to answer all 9 criteria. All right, well, why don't you go right ahead whenever you're ready, Rick.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Rick Foster, and Chris Hankey is also here. We're from the Department of Natural Resources. We are here today to present our proposal for WWRP 20-1259 acquisition and development. This project outlines acquiring an easement from Whatcom Land Trust, acquiring a recreation covenant for DNR Trust land, and development of a water access site along the North Fork of the Nooksack River in Whatcom County. The North Fork Nooksack River is located in northeastern Whatcom County, about 35 miles east of Bellingham. The river is approximately 75 miles long, starts at the base of Mount Shuckson in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, flows along the scenic Mount Baker Highway, and next to the towns of Glacier and Maple Falls. I will be talking about the existing DNR parcel, which is the triangle piece next to the river, and also about the Whatcom Land Trust property, which is west of the DNR triangle piece. The site is to provide outdoor recreation and day use activities with a combined parking on DNR and Whatcom Land Trust properties, provide for safe river access for boaters and paddlers, and to protect, restore, and enhance the riparian forest along the river. Question 1, public need. The public need for a new river access site has been identified as a priority in 3 different regional plans, including DNR's Baker to Bellingham non-motorized recreation plan, the Upper Nooksack Recreation Plan by American Rivers, and Whatcom County's Recreation and Open Space Plan. Past river access projects have improved sites along the upper and lower reaches of the North Fork Nooksack River, but never the middle, leaving a gap in the access. The distance between the 2 existing access sites, one is a put-in, is a U.S. Forest Service site, and the one lower below our site is the Whatcom County Park. Between these 2 sites, there's 19 river miles, which is too long for a day trip. With no formal site to accommodate for day trips, individuals are trespassing along private lands, dangerously parking cars along the highway, damaging riparian plant communities and salmon spawning grounds. Whatcom Land Trust needs. Whatcom Land Trust's current access to their property has habitat impacts and is insufficient for their needs. The DNR parcel is already used as an informal access to the Whatcom Land Trust property for management purposes. The connection between these two lands provide for a unique recreational opportunity for shared activities, spaces, uses, and goals. As mentioned above, this proposal seeks to acquire an easement from Whatcom Land Trust to create one public access site for both properties managed by DNR. By creating a new public access site, Whatcom Land Trust is protecting sensitive salmon spawning habitat downstream near their current access. This partnership will also help promote and boost the capacity for water access, recreation opportunities, environmental stewardship, and partnerships. The Nooksack River is unique that it has boatable flows throughout the entire year. Whatcom County's growth has outpaced the state's growth. The river attracts populations from Seattle and north from British Columbia. 23% of Washington residents participated in paddle sports, which is up from 12% since 2013. It's also good for the economy. $140 billion was spent on water sports products in 2017. This site will provide healthy recreation opportunities for the community in looking at the criteria for underserved population and health outcomes. This site serves a lower than average household income than the state's average. The site also will serve people with disabilities. The area has an average of 18 to 23% people with disabilities, much higher than the state's average of 13. This site provides an opportunity for getting outside and improving health outcomes. The BMI for ages 16 to 19 in this area is higher than the state's average. This site is 23 to 26%, and the state average is 23%. Question 2, immediacy of threat. Public safety and salmon risks. Threat to public safety and salmon. Inventory from public plans identified this site out of 6 sites surveyed here on the map. This site was the only viable site. Current threat of Whatcom Land Trust property is in sensitive areas or is being accessed at informal areas such which are creating impacts to salmon and wetland habitat. By providing formalized river access at Maple Falls, the threat and pressure will be taken off the more sensitive salmon spawning habitat up and down adjacent streams where people illegally trespass to put in and take out. Project design. The Washington Department of Natural Resources, along with American Rivers, was awarded a technical assistant grant in 2019 from the National Park Service Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistant Program to create a community and user group supported design concept for this Maple Falls site. Design objective. The design objective for the site to provide for a much needed public access site to the Nooksack River with accompanying outdoor recreation opportunities while still protecting, enhancing, and restoring the Nooksack River and its natural systems. Increase connections with the adjacent Whatcom Land Trust property to maximize recreation, restoration, and educational opportunities. Design concept. Several design guidelines were developed to help meet and address the design objectives of providing outdoor recreation opportunities and protecting, enhancing, and restoring the Nooksack River and riparian forests. Here on the concept design, they are labeled 1 through 8. This project will provide for space for people to park instead of along the highway. The access road and parking area is envisioned to be a one-way loop with 11 vehicle stalls, 1 ADA parking stall, and 2 trailer parking spots. We are providing a day use area with a CXT with ADA accessibility, picnic table, an information kiosk, and interpretive displays. This area and the areas within gaps of vegetation can also be used by boaters to help stage their trips and provide spaces for packing and unpacking their belongings. We are also providing a new river access with a trailer backup area for boaters to offload and stage their boats, and a single point access trail from the backup area to the river, which will accommodate kayaks and rafts to and from the river. This trail follows an existing route to the river and leads to an eddy in the river that provides for safe space to launch and take out. There's an existing maintenance road that connects both properties. This will become a formalized trail while still maintaining vehicle access for management purposes. This trail will provide natural seating opportunities on logs and boulders for resting, passive recreation, interpretive elements along the trail as educational opportunities. This project design also emphasizes restoration of the riparian zone along the river. More land will be restored than developed by our proposal. Site is regaining some of its healthy ecological functions, such as connected habitats for wildlife, increased stormwater control, and providing for more temperate microclimates. Question 4, sustainability, environmental stewardship. Characteristics of the design area are protecting, restoring, and enhancing the natural environment. Most of our development is happening away from the river with proposed increase of native vegetation directly along the river. We are protecting the site and its natural systems by keeping development low impact as minimal as possible, directing and limiting the impacts from the development and human activity, and keeping the beach and river area natural. Restore current impact areas to natural environment and ecosystems by removing invasive species on the site, such as Scotch broom and Himalayan blackberry, and replacing that with native vegetation. Increasing the site with 0.6 acres for restoration versus 0.3 acres of our development impact. Restoring the bare impacted areas of the site. By increasing native vegetation, we are creating a continuous ecological corridor, restoring its functions, promoting healthy fish and wildlife habitat and clean water. Finally, we are enhancing the environment by increasing the stormwater function, management and retention by using permeable materials and increasing native vegetation, and providing for a cool, temperate area for users and wildlife. This site provides opportunities to storytell, educate, and provide stewardship opportunities for the public. Provide interpretive signs about the local tribal cultures and history of the area, salmon habitat and restoration, partners work in restoring the river, provides a platform to educate recreationalists on how to recreate responsibly. Question 5, site suitability. The Baker to Bellingham Recreation Plan identified and mapped areas with long-term limiting factors that affect recreation planning, like biological, geologic, and soils, and management criteria. It also identified areas with past resource damage, which says support restoration areas and then to protect them. The Upper Nooksack River Recreation Plan identified sites based on conservation and recreation management, information and education, recreation, diversity and access, safe river access and trail opportunities, and connectivity. The DNR parcel site, along with Whatcom Land Trust parcel, provides the necessary suitable criteria: safe river access that is flat for suitable recreation, direct public to designated trails to access the river, utilizes existing roads and trails, utilizes a natural eddy that is ideal location to put in and take out boats, and leaves the gravel bar and river in its natural state. Expansion. This project expands opportunities on the Whatcom Land Trust existing property, and with development of a combined facility, it also expands the DNR property. People are using this river since there is no formal takeout for day trips. They are taking out along the highway and using sensitive salmon habitat areas. The public use is not new, and this site will provide a safe access, directing people to an appropriate site for recreation and protecting sensitive salmon habitat areas. Question 7, diversity of recreational uses. This site will tend to rafting, kayaking, fishing, sightseeing, scenic driving with a car, your motorcycle, or even cycling, wildlife watching, dog walking, and educational and interpretation. Question 8, public support. Many meetings over the last 7 to 8 months have taken place on this project. Listed here are participants and supporters in this process to come up with the design cost efficiencies. Volunteers by Whatcom Land Trust and Nooksack Salmon Enhancement Association are donating for the restoration work. We're reducing costs by having a shared trailhead for both properties, DNR and Whatcom Land Trust. Stakeholder and partner involvement that took place to create, design the concept, reduce the cost. Total is $259,950. RCO's portion is $204,50, and our match is $59,500 with DNR and Whatcom Land Trust. Thank you, and thanks for your time. I appreciate your questions.
Great, thank you, Rick. Let's get right to questions. Eric, go ahead.
Thanks, Carl. It looks like a great proposal. I think that the information there is certainly comprehensive. Maybe that might be a little difficult in the sense that there's a lot to wade through. You utilized a lot of different styles and presentational material. Is that as a result of your 3 separate plans that you're proposing this is consistent to those 3 different plans? I mean, it's impressive that there are 3 plans that recognize this particular proposal. That's very unique and unusual, but it's a bit disjointed in the sense that you go from one style to the next. I particularly like the hand-drawn approach, which was kind of folksy, but also got the point across. But some of it was a little difficult to wade through. I'm not sure you need to use the LiDAR, for example. I did like the protect, restore, enhance. I believe I got all those 3 right. I like that approach, but I just kind of wanted to give you that input. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Reed, go ahead.
Like Eric, I was a little confused. Looking through, I see lease things, so I'm unsure whether we're actually buying property here or purchasing a lease for some period of time. I don't know what that period of time is. In one of the slides, I think it was slide 29, it shows the DNR acquiring, or a little blip to their property, to your property, but then Watcom Land Trust is seemingly giving up land. So are we keeping the same amount of land, or are we losing land in this transaction?
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to go back to a slide here, but I can't go back.
Oh yeah, is that something you can clarify quickly? Otherwise you can just add the evaluation in the future.
Okay, yeah, I wrote some notes. I'll clarify at the next presentation.
Okay, great. David, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Since it's a dual project site acquisition development, I think you need a slide showing the cost breakdown between those two elements.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lowell. Lowell, I can see your hand up, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, that's good.
Okay. Lowell Dixon, DNR Aquatics. And this looks like a really exciting project. A couple things, just suggestions for your presentation, improving it. Have some consistency throughout the PowerPoint presentation in terms of your fonts and your style. And like one of the folks here mentioned, you have different styles of graphics. I think I can go with that. That's fine. Another question I had was, how does your current design accommodate for the future? Particularly, you might mention climate change, the sort of flooding and flashing nature of climate change that we're going to be expecting in the next few years. How would your design accommodate that? And then also, do you think the size of your facility will be adequate for all those folks that discover this newfound recreation spot? But yeah, this is a really exciting project, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it just as a DNR employee too. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Lowell.
All right, thanks. Any final thoughts for DNR on this project? Nope. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands up. So thank you very much, Rick. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are heading over the mountains to Winthrop. And I think Rockland's here for this one.
Hello.
Hey, Rockland.
Hi, Carl.
I'm going to give you control.
Okay.
There you are. All right. Click on the slide a few times to get that working. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right. Hello, all. I am Rockland Culp. I am the town planner for Winthrop. We're requesting funds to develop non-motorized boating access to the Methow River in Macleod Park. The project includes installing a water access ramp, restoring the eroded riverbank, improving the gravel parking lot, adding new restrooms, and installing signage. Winthrop is located in the Methow Valley of north central Washington. We're 40 miles from Omak, the population center of Okanogan County. The nearest sizable city is Wenatchee, 100 miles away. Seattle is 240 miles via Snoqualmie Pass. This time of year, visitors can reach Winthrop over the North Cascades Scenic Highway. Our town is a lively tourist destination that serves as a gateway to recreation throughout the Methow Valley. This project is located in Macleod Park at the western entrance to Winthrop. McLeod Park is a popular park that offers a ball field, tennis courts, picnic areas, open grassy areas, a small auditorium, and access to the natural landscape. Because it offers a stretch of publicly accessible riverbank, many people use this as an informal access for recreational boating. Number 1, project need. The Methow Valley offers vast swaths of public lands. People come to the Winthrop area for all kinds of outdoor recreation, including fishing, kayaking, and rafting on the scenic Methow River. McLeod Park offers about 100 feet of publicly accessible riverbank as shown in the upper photo. Despite the fact that there is no developed access for boating, many people utilize this location as a put-in and take-out for water recreation. This informal use is problematic because it contributes to erosion of the riverbank. By developing boating access and restoring riverbank vegetation, we can both stabilize the bank and provide a facility developed specifically to accommodate the existing and desired use. Inventory. As you can see from this screenshot from RCO's viewer, there are several water access sites for lakes in the Methow Valley. There are far fewer access sites for the Methow River, and all of them are more than 10 miles downstream from Winthrop outside of this view. According to WDFW's list of water access for the Methow River, the nearest access is 11 miles to the south at Halterman's Hole. This access is for hand launch of rafts and kayaks and has no restrooms or developed facilities of any kind. The nearest access that has a boat launch area and restrooms is 20 miles to the south in Carlton. Many people float the upper stretches of the Methow River, but must rely on undeveloped and undesignated launch sites. This project provides equity of access to an economically underserved population. The median income of the census tract that includes Winthrop is 90% of the state. However, that is misleading because our census tract includes a pocket of high income households in the upper Methow Valley outside of Winthrop. Winthrop itself has a median household income of $41,000, which is about 2/3 of Washington's median income. 20% of Winthrop households live on less than $25,000 per year. Housing costs are high and wages are well below state averages. Free access to our rivers for recreational boating ensures this opportunity is available to more people. Developing access at McLeod Park is consistent with general goals of the State Recreation and Conservation Plan and also with goals specific to recreational boating. This project adds a high demand recreation use in a location where it is highly accessible to the public and already used for other forms of recreation. According to American Whitewater, the Methow River is highlighted in several maps and guides for paddle sports. According to the recreational boating plan, the number of people participating in paddle sports is growing. These pictures are of tubers putting in at the project site and a group of tubers just downstream, indicative of the increasing use we're seeing. Expenditures related to outdoor recreational boating are the second highest when compared to other forms of outdoor recreation. This project is a prime opportunity to meet the state goal to promote environmental stewardship by combining riparian habitat restoration with developed water access. The past 4 iterations of Winthrop's Parks and Recreation Plan have called for developing water access in town. The location in McLeod Park has been identified as the best fit. Asked to choose the most important location for water access in Winthrop, 84% of our park survey respondents favored developing access in this location. The project is a specific action priority in our 2018 park plan. A 2011 study cited by American Whitewater found this location to be the most popular access point for paddle sports on the middle reach of the Methow River. At the time, they found that approximately 100 users were accessing the Methow here on weekends. We are certain that that use has only grown over the ensuing 9 years. Number 2, project design. This project will renovate about 1 acre of Macleod Park. With the project, we will develop a gravel and cement plank boat ramp along the path shown at the lower edge of the frame. We will restore the riverbank downstream of the boat ramp with native riparian vegetation. We will emphasize shrubs and low-lying plants to preserve the river view from the park. We will improve the existing gravel parking area outlined in black. The existing gravel is potholed and patchy. We will scrape down the gravel down to subgrade and build up a base and add asphalt. We will install drainage swales that prevent runoff from reaching the river. We will add new public restrooms. We will add signage that defines allowed uses and provides safety information. The picture on the left indicates the type of boat ramp we have scoped for the project. Only non-motorized access will be allowed. The picture on the right shows the style of prefabricated concrete restrooms that we intend to use. We plan for 2 stalls that are both ADA compliant. The restroom will be connected to the town's water and sewer system, which is available on site. Number 4, sustainability and environmental stewardship. This project stewards the environment through restoration of the eroded riverbank. We've consulted with the Yakama Nation, WWRP, Methow Salmon Recovery Foundation, and the Methow Valley Fly Fishers Club in scoping this project so that it balances recreational boating access with planting of native vegetation to restore riparian habitat functions. In terms of sustainability, we are choosing low maintenance materials that are available locally and regionally. The restrooms will be precast concrete stalls that come from Spokane. The model we've selected is extremely easy to clean and maintain over time. Number 5, site suitability. Macleod Park is developed with a range of recreation opportunities. The riverbank is already used for an informal boat launch. We are improving the site that works best for easy access to the Methow River. It is conveniently located and already has ample area for parking. New restrooms at the site will serve the combined uses of the park. Number 6, expansion. As noted in previous slides, this project is located in an existing park. Rather than purchasing and developing water access from scratch, this project allows us to improve an existing facility and formalize a use that has been going on for many years. Number 7, diversity of recreational uses. Because of its location in an existing park, this facility offers great diversity. You can picnic in the park before launching and return in the evening for a music event at the auditorium. You can attend the weekend farmers market in the park and sit and watch the river, play baseball or tennis, or throw a frisbee with your dog or your kids. Number 8, project support. We are partnering with the Methow Valley Fly Fishing Club on this project. Methow Valley Salmon Recovery Foundation and the Yakama Nation have offered to share expertise. Local rafting folks have offered to help fundraise for Project Match. The Pacific Northwest chapter of American Whitewater authored a detailed letter of support that concluded this project would provide a much needed developed access to meet the needs of a wide range of recreational users in a suitable and central location. The Winthrop Chamber of Commerce supports the project. Water access at the site has garnered consistently high level of support in our last 3 park surveys. And as noted, last year's park survey showed that 84% of respondents want to see water access in Macleod Park. Number 9, cost efficiencies. This project is cost effective because it leverages an existing site that is eminently suitable for the use and needs relatively minor improvements to offer excellent water access. Our project benefits from a pledged donation from the Methow Valley Fly Fishing Club and pledged help to raise match from Methow Rafting. We're taking advantage of expertise from Methow Salmon Recovery Foundation for scoping the vegetation restoration. And we are planning to use our force account labor through our local public works department, who has the expertise and equipment to be able to do much of the site preparation. Thank you for listening. Happy to answer questions and take feedback.
Great, thank you, Rockland. That was exactly 12 minutes. Nice job. All right, questions for the project in Winthrop from the committee. Reed, go ahead.
Couple of quick things. There's no ADA parking called out, I don't think, in the new parking plan. That might be nice to have. And I know that's a very popular park in the summertime. I'm wondering if there's going to be a designated drop-off place near the boat ramp, or just how that boat ramp is going to go from the parking lot to the water, and how people are going to get their boats on and off their cars. I'll look forward to September's presentation.
Great, thank you. Those are good points.
Thanks, Reed. David, go ahead, and then Sarah.
Hi, David Pater, Department of Ecology. Thanks for the presentation. I've been to the park many times, so I'm very familiar with it. Just a couple of things. Early on in the presentation, you had an overview map. I think it was called part of your inventory. And I think it would be good to mark the current access sites on the Methow, just so people understand more visually the limitations.
There's actually none on this slide.
Not on that slide. Okay, it's so far off the slide.
Yeah, so
okay.
yeah, maybe I could make a note at the bottom showing, 2 more miles to the south or something.
Yeah, because we don't have a scale for the map, so I don't think people know. But
yeah,
anyway.
okay, that's a good, okay, scale.
And my other comment was, I think there should be more information about the restoration element of the bank, how many linear feet, what that entails, whether it's stabilizing or reshaping part of the bank or just planting native vegetation.
Okay.
Just a bit more detail there.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Go ahead, and then Lowell.
Hi, afternoon. This is Sarah Olson, City of Linwood. It's nice to see this project back with a little bit more robust of a development plan. I echo the thoughts on the restoration along the riverbank. I recall that being an area that is impacted by the human activity, and that there's an opportunity there to better define the access. I too, following up on Reed's comment, didn't quite understand the ADA components of this project. And so if there is an ADA pathway all the way to the boat launch, or how it's coming from the parking lot. When you talked about the parking lot, you said it'd be paved, but then I also heard there was gravel. So I just wasn't able to quite piece that together. And then I also think in the sustainability section, you have an opportunity to actually get to the scoring criteria by emphasizing the ecological and social factors for that category.
Can you say that last bit again?
Oh, sure. In the sustainability section, there's 3 different factors in that section. I think you could speak to the ecological and social factors to score points in that category.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. And I was just curious whether you had been in contact with anyone at DNR about the boat launch and lease you would need for putting in the boat launch, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay.
We have. We did that actually 2 years ago when we did this project, and we so they're aware of it, and we're aware that we need a lease.
Okay, great. That's all I had. This sounds like a really exciting project. Like I say, I look forward to in the future.
Yeah, great.
All right, thanks, Lowell. Jamie.
Oh, yeah, I had to get my microphone. Yes, Jamie with State Parks. I think I know you, Rockland. Were you?
Yeah, yeah. We've met.
Yes, Rockland is one of the people that watch me go through my struggling presentations and early on. But anyway, I think the site plan could use a little more definition of the parking and ADA access. Like if there's any, if it's possible, it looks like a lot of paving, and maybe you need that much paving around the barn, but there are things that might be able to be done to help define the circulation. And that's all I had.
Okay, great.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I think you heard that from a few folks, is maybe just like a draft striping plan to show the how that might lay out, and if you'll have a drop-off area and a ADA pathway designated down to the ramp. And
right.
Good. Any final thoughts for Rockland on this project? All right, I don't see any more hands. Great, well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, that's great feedback, and I'll talk to you all again in a few months.
Couple months, all right, thanks.
Okay.
All right, moving over to Chelan, or down to Chelan from Winthrop. And I think there's a couple folks here, Paul and Jason. I'm not sure who's presenting. Maybe you both are.
Hi, Carl. This is Paul. I'll be presenting.
Okay. Let me get you the remote control. There we go. All right, click on your screen a couple times to see if you can advance the slides. There we go.
Okay. Let's see.
Right.
How do you go back? Oh, I see.
You can.
Mouse wheel works.
Mouse wheel or arrows on your keyboard or whatever, yeah. And whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, I'm Paul Horn, Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Chelan. I'm very excited about the potential of vastly improving our beautiful lakeside park. I believe that we've developed an elegant design solution to address deficiencies, create new amenities, enhance the inherent qualities that make Lakeside so popular. I hope that you'll be equally excited by the end of this presentation. Chelan is centrally located and convenient for coastal residents to escape for summer fun and sun. Lakeside Park is located 2 miles from Chelan's downtown core. That's about a 6-minute trip by car or an 11-minute trip by bicycle. Many vacation area rentals are nearby as well as a new community trail. So there's plenty of foot traffic as well. Lakeside Park has its charms, but it's far from optimal and leaves many potential users underserved. Here are the challenges that we'll address through this project. Boating access is too close to the swim area. The playground is dated and uninspiring. There's lack of adequate parking. There's lack of sufficient restroom and changing rooms. There's suboptimal stormwater management and inadequate ADA access for most areas of the park. Despite these issues, Lakeside Park is so popular that its capacity is strained to accommodate the number of visitors that it receives. Lakeside Park is a local park serving a statewide population. Lake Chelan welcomes 2 million visitors annually, and it's not uncommon for Lakeside's 10 acres to see 500 people per day during summer weekends. When I first met with designers from Burger Partnership, I stated that although people come for the beach access, what really makes this park special is a sense of place created by Lakeside's expansive open space, and that any design solution we come up with should enhance and not detract from that. Well, there are many other parks within the 15-mile radius. Lakeside is only one of 2 parks offering Sandy Beach and Lower Lake Chelan. Both are incredibly high demand. Boating access is currently too close to the roped off swim areas. The swim lines get cut frequently, requiring recurring maintenance. Our project will resolve this safety issue. The city of Chelan has only 3 small playgrounds. And these playgrounds are not so great. As a father, my kids would never have asked me to take them to any of these playgrounds. They actually look pretty good in these photos only because of the great background and beautiful lighting. Chelan is beautiful after all, but in person, the playgrounds are outdated and uninspired, particularly for a popular tourist destination like Chelan. There's quite the delay with this advancing slides. There's not enough parking. Visitors park along Highway 97 and make a dangerous trek to the park from there. This project will address the deficiencies previously mentioned, improving both the capacity and functionality of the park. Perhaps the most significant problem at the park is the lack of restrooms and changing rooms. More on this in future slides. If you're exploring real estate in Chelan, you'd have good reason to believe that this is a wealthy community. But in fact, it's more of a tale of 2 cities. Yes, there are $1 million homes here, second homes, I should add. But compared to state averages, median household incomes are lower, while body mass indices and poverty rates are considerably higher. While private resorts offer groomed beaches and higher end recreational amenities, many of our underserved residents and tourists rely on public beach access. Enhancements and increases in capacity will contribute to healthier lifestyles and an overall healthier community. Now that we've outlined the challenges, here's an overview of our updated master plan and how we envision creating a more beautiful and functional park. We'll add over 200 linear feet and 7,400 square feet of beach. This nearly doubles the existing area in a creative fashion. Rather than expanding towards the lake, where there'll always be a battle with erosion, this project expands the beach more towards the shore, simultaneously increasing the beach area while reducing turf maintenance. The proposed playground is definitely one of my favorite elements. I've produced several sculptural playgrounds in my career in North Carolina, as well as a number of natural playgrounds, which are incredibly cost-effective and extremely popular with the kids. My past projects have won several ASLA awards. I compare natural playgrounds to the large boxes that children play with instead of the toys that came inside of them. This won't presume to be a destination playground, but it will leave visitors with a positive association with Chelan. And yes, my kids would have been very excited by this playground. Play, joy, and connection to nature are critical for child development. I'd argue they're critical for humans at all ages, but that's another presentation. All design should be universal design. If you design for 8-year-olds and 80-year-olds, the needs of the most of the rest of the community will also be met. Our project envisions adding 1,270 linear feet of new accessible trails, opening vast new sections of the park to users with mobility challenges, parents pushing strollers, and everyone else. The parking enhancements focus more on quality than capacity, though we do add 15 new spaces, 2 new accessible spaces in prime locations. We add a stretch of new parking using permeable grasscrete and add 12 tree islands, which effectively extend the qualities of the park to the parking lot itself. The park currently suffers from erosion at the beach, lacks utility access, and the swim area delineation is very high maintenance. Project design will greatly reduce routine maintenance from multiple angles. I believe that our design achieves our prime directive of enhancing the park's sense of place while addressing the areas of concern and not detracting from that sense of place. The park appeals to the broadest possible audience. Everyone can enjoy the beach, the lawn, or walk along the trails. The innovative restroom enhancements are perhaps the most exciting aspect of this project. And yes, I did just say that. Queuing at our restrooms is typical, even with supplemental portalets. We move the sinks outside in order to make room for more stalls inside. An earlier submission of this project envisioned demolishing the restroom and replacing it with a larger prefab unit. We took a different approach, repurposing the building for sustainability, adding a living green roof and natural lighting via skylights. This reconfiguration allows us to add capacity via 6 new stalls, 2 new sinks, 7 new changing rooms, and all at a cost savings relative to the prior proposal. Each unisex stall will have an individual door. I'm very passionate about the sheer elegance of this solution. But the restroom is not the only feature that demonstrates Chelan's commitment to sustainability and stewardship. We will connect trails, add pollinator habitats and plantings. We've discussed the site suitability based on the park's location, as well as the site suitability and capacity increases in prior slides. The project also addresses the community's priorities as determined through extensive public input and is alignment with our publicly adopted plans. In my mind, cost efficiency is a hallmark of good design. So thank you, Berger Partnership, for that dedication. This is actually a resubmitted project from 2018. And when I read through the application and thumb through the PowerPoint, I said to myself, oh goodness, they've applied for a grant based on bathrooms and parking. This has got to be the least compelling project ever. It actually scored rather well as the park's needs were so apparent. Well, we're still including restrooms and parking, but the solutions to these problems are so innovative and creative that they're genuinely exciting to me. We're proposing, in addition, new sculptural natural playground, an expanded beach, swim area improvements, and opening vast new areas of the park with accessible trails. We're proposing modernized stormwater treatment, and we'll squeeze in some pollinator habitat to boot. I feel that this project offers tremendous value and will not only meet the needs of local residents, but reflect positively on the state of Washington as a whole, as we have so many visitors from beyond our state. Thank you again for this opportunity to receive constructive feedback. Please ask hard questions to help my team make this project as great as it can be before our final presentation. Thank you so much. I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Sarah, you want to start?
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Olson, City of Linwood.
Hello.
Hi. I actually saw this presentation 2 years ago, and this concept is definitely improved. I didn't quite catch from this presentation, or maybe I missed it, about the docks themselves. I remember replacement of all the docks was a big focus last time. So I might have missed it, but are the docks still going to be replaced in this grant application, or have they already been replaced?
We envision the same improvements as last time, except we want to use galvanized metal pilings instead of anchors into the lake floor. I think that'll offer better life cycle costs. Otherwise, the improvements to the swim areas are exactly the same.
So I would be sure to hit on the features of the docks, the lengths, the decking material, the pilings, just even in a quick way of an overview of each of those features.
Okay.
I also didn't quite understand how the beach erosion control would be managed. Was it from that kind of concrete wall that would be put up? You mentioned it, but I didn't understand how it would be managed.
Okay, right now there's a steep escarpment where the grass meets the sand. So, sorry, that's my alarm.
That's all right. You actually don't need to answer the question
Oh, sure,
today.
great.
Yeah.
Get it next time.
Yep.
Understood.
Thank you. Mhm.
Thanks, Sarah. Anjali, why don't you go ahead and then read?
Hi, this is Anjali from the city of Sammamish. That was a great presentation and looks like a very interesting project. I didn't get a sense for the age of the existing amenities, the condition of the docks. I thought I saw a graphic that talked about relocating one of the docks. So I was just, you may want to add some information on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Reed.
Paul, this is a much improved over the 2018 submission. It's very nice to see. I would ask that you take a look at your restroom design in this age of COVID and wonder about if you need to add some more sinks or disinfectant dispensers in the toilet stalls. This is all new to us.
Yeah.
And finally, on that motorized T-dock, this is water access is non-motorized, so make sure that that T-dock motorized is not included as part of the project.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reed. Lowell, go ahead.
Hi, Lowell Dixon, DNR. Question is about sort of similar motorized activity. Are you going to be doing anything different with the boat launch? And then I was also kind of wondering a little how you resolved the boats being in the swim areas or encroaching into the swim areas with your design. Maybe elaborate a little more on that.
Okay, will do.
Thanks, Lowell. Any final thoughts on this project? All right, I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right, we have arrived at our second short break of the afternoon. And what is it, 3 o'clock? So yeah, come on back in about 12 minutes or so, and we can get going by 3:15 with our last 2 projects of the day. Thanks. right. Hello, everybody. Back, 2 more projects, and then we wrap up the day. We're moving to City of Bellevue. Cameron, I think you are joining us for this one. And Betsy, it looks like.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Cameron.
Hey, Cameron. Do you want control of the slides? You're going to be advancing through the...
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me go find you in the list. There you are. All right. Click on the slide a couple times to take control. Perfect. Awesome.
Okay, looks like it's working.
Yeah, we're good to go whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, hello to those of you I served with on this review committee before. Good to see at least your names, if not your faces. I am Cameron Parker with City of Bellevue, Parks and Community Services Department, and joining me also is Betsy Anderson, our senior planner. Excited to share this opportunity with you to realize a dream that's really been decades in the making of acquiring the property needed to create Bellevue's first public park on Lake Sammamish. And also completing the eastern terminus of our city's Lake to Lake Trail. This is an image of the vision that shows in the red dash line there, our Lake to Lake Trail. And we'll spend a little bit more time with this image later, but that's the general idea on this acquisition is to connect neighborhoods that are upland from the site here with access down to the water that they haven't had before in Bellevue. Our geographic proximity slides here, you can see Bellevue in central Puget Sound area in East King County. And then moving into the city, you can see the city is nestled here between Lake Washington and Lake Sammamish, and our project site is there located in the central east side of the city along Lake Sammamish. Here, zooming into the neighborhood scale, you can see our Lake to Lake Trail. This existing trail has 3 points of access on the Lake Washington side, and it moves east-west through the city, and it gets to Weona Park on the east side of the city, but it doesn't actually reach Lake Sammamish because there's no public access there as yet within the city limits. So just for orientation, I'm flipping the north arrow on you here for a moment. So north is pointing to the right. So you can see how the project site is laid out. There are 2 homes on the lakefront and then an undeveloped tract of land behind those homes. You can see the site is adjacent to 2 different city park properties. One is Weona Park, and the other are 3 individual lots that the city purchased in 2 transactions in 1993 and in 2007 that we have purchased, but they're not yet open to the public as a future neighborhood park on Lake Sammamish. So here you can see the project site is actually made up of 7 different parcels. And what we're proposing here is important to understand for the grant proposal is for 5 of the 7 properties. So the 5 that are highlighted in yellow are part of this application. At the same time, the city is securing future acquisition of the 2 that are shaded in gray. These 7 parcels are controlled by the same family. So we've been working with the family, but they're on slightly different ownership structures. So which make things a little complicated, but also what's beneficial here for the project is for the property owner in the house that's in the gray area. She is not ready to sell yet, but she also owns the 4 lots, the 4 upland lots that she is ready to sell. And she does want to sell her home eventually to the city, but still wants to live there for a while. So so we'll be securing that option and tying up the ability to purchase it in the future. The house to the south on the lake in the yellow is owned by the daughter and son-in-law of the family, and they are planning to sell their house immediately. And so we're working with them on that. We do have signed offer letters from all of the property owners here and are working on purchase and sale agreements at this time. Here are some photos of the conditions on the ground. These are of the properties that the city already owns on the shore. You can see what the beach condition looks like and some open lawn areas. And again, these are not open to the public as of now. Then up at the street level, you can see this is what we call the Upland Connector property. Undeveloped, wooded, connects to Weona Park and has a great trail potential to move here from West Lake Sammamish Parkway up to existing trails that are in the park. So these photos are taken of the subject properties that we're looking to acquire, the two homes. The top left is taken from the dock of the home that we're proposing to acquire with this grant. The bottom right is taken about at the property line where the city's existing land stops. And you can see two homes. And if your screen is big enough, you might be able to see a boat trailer off in the distance, and that's the extent of what we would be acquiring in terms of the shoreline. There's that boat trailer down at that southern end of the property, and then a couple views of the lake from the deck of the house that we're working with. And I'll spend a little bit more time with this concept later, but this will give you an idea of what we have in mind for a future waterfront park. The land the city already owns is in green. The land we're seeking to purchase is in red. And then further, we have a boulder dashed red around the properties that are part of this application. So one of the two waterfront homes, and then the important upland parcel where we'll be able to make a connection into our other existing city trails and neighborhoods. So moving into the criteria, here is our 15-mile service radius. You can see here that the major water access points are Elliott Bay and Puget Sound, Lake Washington, Lake Sammamish, the Snoqualmie River, and Cedar River. And King County as a whole is home to 2.25 million residents. We looked in the SCORP plan and found these two recommendations that we think apply really well to this project around connecting more people to popular activities and providing experiences and trails where people go most. It's really been a long-term goal of the city to have some public access on Lake Sammamish for Bellevue residents. Bellevue is a consistently growing city, the 5th largest city in the state, and we expect that to continue in years ahead, just continued pattern of steady growth, and a continued diversification of our resident population as well. You can see a lot of our growth has been driven by people coming into the area who are foreign born, such that now Bellevue's demographic makeup is extremely ethnically diverse, one of the more diverse cities in the state. Looking specifically at the public need using the RCO demographic tool, we have the project site census tract there outlined. As you might imagine, the household income in this area and other factors are higher than the state averages, just given its location. But I did want to point out the two neighboring tracts directly west. Here, I'm sure all the specific numbers are too small to read, but I can share that the demographics change quite a bit. And this is the importance on being able to make this connection to these neighborhoods that are further west. The tract at the top, the median household income is $46,700 compared to the project site census tract, which is a little over $92,000. So just a huge jump in household income, just moving a little bit west. And then that larger census tract in the middle has a median household income of $76,500. So a little bit over, but more in line with some of the statewide averages. We regularly survey Bellevue residents to see how they use our park system, and this project ticks a couple important categories. You can see the very top used park element in the Bellevue Park system are trails. And then also the fourth one down is community beach, waterfront parks, and boat launches are also very highly used and prized by Bellevue residents. So we expect a lot of use. Project's also well supported in our various policy documents, our comprehensive plan, our parks and open space system plan, the city's pedestrian and bicycle plan when it comes to trails, and the Lake Washington Cedar Sammamish Watershed Chinook Salmon Conservation Plan, which we fondly refer to as WIRA 8. It also shows up in our shoreline master program here. We have a specific project from the restoration plan that looks at what the properties that we currently own would look like in a restored manner, where we've removed and made docks smaller and naturalized the shoreline. So moving to immediacy of threat, these 7 parcels of 3 acres adjacent to 2 existing blocks of publicly owned property, it's pretty much a one-time thing. We don't ever expect to have this type of opportunity again. So we want to make sure that we make the most of it. I'll just note that little blue arrow of a recent sale that I'll share more information of in a couple slides. I talked a little bit about how the structure of the acquisition will be. The home in yellow there is where we are moving the most. The reason they will definitely sell their house, whether it's to us or someone else. One of the main reasons they're interested in working with us is because while they would like to sell now, they would like to be able to stay in the house, and we're offering them a lease back arrangement where they'll be able to rent the house back from the city after we acquire it. Here's that house just 4 doors down that's sold at a similar price than what we're proposing to pay in just 4 days back in December of 2019. So real estate is moving quickly here in Bellevue. Turning to site suitability, gives you a little bit of a bird's eye view of the site. You can kind of imagine without those houses there, the land that we would have available for a future park. And notice the paved areas too. We think we can use a lot of that sort of repurposed and reconfigured for the public access with parking and maybe even having a hand launch, boat launch where that existing trailered boat launch is now. I want to show you a little bit about recreation on Lake Sammamish currently. It's really at the north end of the lake, there are 3 parks in Marymore and Sammamish Landing and Idlewood. And then in the south, there's 2 parks with Timber Lake and Lake Sammamish State Park, and really not much in the middle. So on the right is a map that's a heat map of recreation use from a fitness app called Strava. And you see a lot of recreational activity in the north, a lot in the south. Correlates really closely with the existing maps. And then we have our project site, which is essentially in a sort of a recreational dead zone of the lake. As well, looking at the Lakes to Locks water trail map, you can see how few dots there are in Lake Sammamish, just 3 launch and landing sites compared to, I think what I counted was something like 67 in Lake Washington. Even tiny Green Lake has 4 dots, 1 more than Lake Sammamish. For expansion, I won't spend too much time on this category. It kind of sells itself in having this connection and expanding Weona Park, as well as the land we already have banked for a future waterfront park. And just giving us this ability to achieve this vision of connecting lots of different neighborhoods to Lake Sammamish. Project support, the current property owners aren't ready to make their acquisition really public yet, so we'll have some work to do on this before our next presentation. But in general, when we poll Bellevue residents, beach parks and trails are right in the top 2 of the 3 things that people want to see more of in Bellevue. So very much supported in the community overall. A slide here on the costs. We have the property acquisition costs here. We do expect, we do have the sponsor matches budgeted from the city's acquisition budget from our local parks levy. We also expect to have some leaseback revenue as well. There are other elements of the project that we're covering with other funds as well. And I'll note that we do have some capital funds from our parks levy also reserved for design and development. So once we're able to acquire the funds, we'll be able to move fairly quickly to start designing the park. So this is my last slide here. We'll stop for questions. I do want to note that most all of the pictures that you see of the lake, including this beautiful sunrise, were provided by the homeowners that we're working with. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Great, thank you, Cameron. Questions, comments from the committee? Okay, there's one Lowell and then Reed.
Hi, yeah, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington DNR. My question is about how are you going to get through that heavy road, the Lake Sammamish Parkway or whatever it is that is really busy. What are there going to be any issues in the future with connecting, that section, or what's your plan there?
Right. That will require a marked, flashed, pedestrian controlled crossing there, no doubt. And we'll work with our Bellevue Transportation Department on the design of that when the time comes. The city is actually, through the Transportation Department, working on a major long-term project to improve pedestrian and bike access along Westlake Sammamish Parkway. So long-term, there are plans to have a separated north-south ped bike trail alongside the road that will help greatly improve access to that site.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reed. Go ahead.
Cameron, it's great to see you on the other side of the presentation.
I know, it's fun.
Great job. I have a couple of comments. I want to say on slide 18, you made a wonderful use of the SCORP census tracts to point out how the trail will bring people from a lower quality census tract to the water. I think that's great. I think it would help your presentation. I'm not sure everybody knows about the lake to lake trail in Bellevue. If you should give maybe some history on that and the usage to show how this really will augment that system and how it can pull people to the lake from central Bellevue. I think that'd be very powerful.
Okay.
Good. Thanks, Sarah. Go ahead.
Hi, Cameron.
Hello.
You're not my buddy this year. Sit right next to me. Great presentation. I am wondering, I have a couple questions. For the project support, the committed funds that you have, are any of those funds coming from the King County levy bond? If so.
Great question. I should have mentioned, we actually do have committed funds for the King County Conservation Futures Program, which is a little different than the new levy. There may be opportunities with the new King County Parks levy, but we haven't seen the program guidelines come out.
Well, whatever project support you have, you had a slide that showed the money, but showing where the money's coming from, if it's not all City of Bellevue funding, would be great.
Right.
And
Okay.
then you also had a great slide that showed kind of near the tail end of your presentation on the linear feet that you're getting from these three cobbled together acquisitions over time. And it might be nice to kind of flash that overview, yes, near the beginning of the presentation, just to sort of orient us all to the project overview.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Any other thoughts on this project? No, not seeing any other hands from the committee. You may also be getting some written comments, Cameron, too. We have a new system this year where the committee can also type in comments and submit those to us. So.
Okay, sounds great.
All right, well, thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you all.
Yeah, have a good afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
All right, moving up to Bellingham for our last project of the day. And it looks like, who do we have? Mike is here. Or Brady. Brady, you presenting this one?
I think Mike Hogan is online and he'll.
Okay, I don't hear him yet. Looks like he's. There we go.
Is that better?
That is much better. We can hear you.
Okay, live and in person.
Awesome. Here we go. So Mike, I'm gonna give you control.
Okay.
Click on the screen a couple times to see if you can advance your slides.
Let's see.
Did that work? Not yet, huh? Here, let me try that again. Stop and start.
I see a thumbnail of the.
Whoop, that was me. All right, go ahead and move your mouse around and click, like double click the screen to see if you can get that to.
Let's see. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait.
Looks like your mouse is moving. Can you advance the slides with your keyboard? Or there we go. Okay.
Is that? Oh.
That worked. Sometimes there's just a little bit of a delay, so you might have to like click and pause a second. So.
Gotcha. And can you see it all right on your end?
Yep, we can.
Perfect.
Great. We'll go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, Carl, members of the committee really appreciate the opportunity to present the Fairhaven non-motorized watercraft launch and dock project. This project is located in Bellingham, Washington, which is about 85 miles north of Seattle, and very close, a couple miles from Western Washington University. And it's at the site of the Port of Bellingham's existing motorized boat launch. And this site, just to point out, it already has parking, easy access and signage from the freeway, and restrooms. So it's a good developed site to expand on. So Bellingham is a big, small boating community. Here you can see the kayaks lined out from the ski to sea race, which is, has thousands of participants coming in from across the world. Other notable small craft races are the Bellingham Bay Rough Water Race, the Dan Harris Challenge, the Traverse, the Bellingham Bay Classic, the McCockney Iron, just to name a few. No surprise, Bellingham has, proximity to the Canadian Gulf Islands and the San Juan Islands, which are, well known as some of the best small boating and motorized boating in the world. And from the project site, this is Chuckanut Bay, which is about a 2-mile paddle on the coastline. So it's on the way to Larrabee State Park, which is about 5 miles from the project site. And Larrabee State Park has 8,100 feet of saltwater shoreline on Samish Bay. So really incredible boating opportunities, both if you're, traveling throughout the San Juans or the Gulf Islands, or just right from the project site itself. Bellingham has 90,665 people in 2018, rapidly growing. It's up 25% from the year 2000. And throughout Whatcom County, 229,000 people, up 27% from 2000. As far as the project demographics, we're right about average. Our median household income is a little bit less than the state household median average. Persons of color, 10%, which is quite a bit lower than the statewide percentage of 31%. Disabled is about on par with the statewide average, a little bit less. BMI is about 21.55, which is comparable to 22.94, and mortality rate's a little bit lower. This is a Whatcom Waterway trail map that shows non-motorized access points in Whatcom County. The port developed this in collaboration with some local paddling enthusiast groups. And what it shows all freshwater and saltwater, but on the marine shoreline in particular, there's 14 established launch points. None of these are have what we're looking for as far as small boats, either high freeboard safety concerns when they're co-located next to motorized launches at the ports marinas at Squalicum Harbor and Blaine Harbor. A lot of them have limited public parking and no restrooms, and none of them are ADA accessible. When folks do come to Bellingham to go paddling, one of the most popular spots they go to is the Community Boating Center. And the Community Boating Center utilizes the beach just to the left of your screen next to the port's motorized boat launch. Again, it's just a great location, and the Community Boating Center is a great local nonprofit. The Community Boating Center offers recreational and educational programs and boat storage. However, due to the popularity, the Community Boating Center estimates they get about 9,000 people launching small craft per year. We do get quite a bit of overcrowding and safety concerns with close proximity to the motorized boat launch. You can see the stand-up paddle boards and small boat here just really jamming up the boat launch. As far as project need, this is a project that's identified in the port's comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements. Big demand for this type of facility and for small boat recreation opportunities in the city of Bellingham's Park Recreation and Open Space Plan, as well as the Whatcom County Recreation and Open Space Plan, and consistent with the Shoreline Master Program. The area in red is the project area. As you can see, it's a heavily armored shoreline. There used to be a float in the project area. The plan is for a small pocket beach to remove the armoring from the shoreline, install a small pocket beach, to put in a floating dock that'll also act as a a breakwater that'll provide, actually enhance the port's motorized boat launch as well. And then there will be a specific low freeboard kayak dock hanging off the floating dock. And we worked a long time on this design with the boating enthusiasts at the Community Boating Center, and really took a look at a wide range of options, but this was identified by the project team as a preferred alternative. The pocket beach, this shows just up the shoreline, a real popular spot of the port's marine park. It used to be a hardened shoreline, and we worked with, there's one of the board members at the Community Boating Center is a gentleman named Jim Johannesson, and he has a firm, Coastal Geologic Service, that's done hundreds of soft bank restorations throughout Puget Sound. And so we're real happy to have him on our team, and he helped design the pocket beach that's part of our project design. This is just the floating breakwater concept, just to show you what it looks like. It has a little bit higher freeboard, but we can still tie some of the small watercraft up to it. And then this is the low freeboard kayak dock that will be connected to that floating dock / breakwater. And then this just shows, this is kind of the Cadillac for ADA accessible docks. This is a handicapped gentleman getting into his vessel. And as far as the way the dock would be designed, it'll be a floating dock, meaning it won't be on pilings. It'll have helical anchors. And you can see this system. It's a C-Flex system. They have over 1,500 installation in 80 countries. It's made of stainless steel to prevent against corrosion. It's under constant tension, so it doesn't scour the ocean floor. It has a reduced underwater footprint with pilings, et cetera. And there is over a 20-year anticipated replacement schedule. All the materials can be recycled, so it requires substantially less maintenance than other mooring systems. As far as the project design, the project design was developed by the port engineers in coordination with the Community Boating Center and folks like Jim Johannesson, who I mentioned earlier. The port has broad experience designing and building docks and in-water structures. And we do have some uncertainty in our cost estimate, which is just for the required mitigation. There's some good on-site mitigation opportunities in removing some overwater coverage and creosote pilings. But until we go through the permitting process, we won't really know what the required mitigation will be. As far as the port's process, we have an established bidding process where we go with the lowest responsive bidder. We typically do about $20 to $30 million in capital projects per year. Sometimes it goes up to about 80 million. The project will be built during the fish window, and it'll be one phase. As far as ecological considerations, the project site is located close to the Padden Creek estuary, which drains about 6 miles. It has runs of chum and coho salmon and also used by ESA listed Chinook and steelhead trout. You can see the BNSF right away, so there's really limited opportunities for shoreline restoration. So even though we'll have a small pocket beach, it is really important to take advantage of these limited opportunities when we have them. We'll also remove, there's a highly deteriorated log boom you can see in the picture and creosote pilings. And then the floating breakwater will provide some wave attenuation and protect the adjacent shoreline. Again, this is just a picture of the C-Flex system to minimize the underwater footprint of the dock. And sustainability, just the site, the exact location. It's located next to Fairhaven Station, which is the port's bus and train station, and also our cruise terminal for the Alaska State Ferry. There's park and rides right next to it, and being a built site, it offers a good developed site to add in a important public amenity. As far as the social side of sustainability, there's established education programs at the Community Boating Center. This is a picture of some kids, learning how to get out on the water. Again, the C-Flex floating dock system has a 20+ year replacement schedule, and all the parts can be recycled. And for economic, I think people are starting to realize the economic importance of kayak manufacturers and tourism to the local economy. There's an estimated $705 million per year spent on outdoor recreation in Whatcom County, and small watercraft boaters are increasingly visiting our community to spend tourism dollars and experience local waters. We have several nationally acclaimed non-motorized manufacturing companies like New Canoe, Ocean Kayak, and Sterling Kayak with roots in Whatcom County. As far as site suitability, again, this just shows what's in the area. It's an established public boat launch for 45 years, which includes parking and a restroom. We have the train, bus, and taxi station. There's hotels nearby. Fairhaven's a great community. Marine Park is a good launch point for kayaking and small vessels, although it does have limited parking. There's, you're a short walk into or bus ride into town or to different amenities, Boulevard Park, the Taylor Avenue dock. The site itself is well protected from wind and waves. Quick access to Bellingham Bay, and as I mentioned, Chucknut Bay and Larrabee State Park. There's demand for small boating launches 24/7, and so this site will provide the public with that access. And as far as consistency with the Puget Sound Action Agenda, a real opportunity to improve public access and encourage compact growth patterns, to remove shoreline armoring in the Padden Creek estuary, which will restore critical salmon and Chinook habitat and offer benefit to the southern resident orcas. For the criteria on expansion, again, the co-location next to the motorized boat launch, a safe distance away, offers an opportunity to expand this facility. And with diversity of recreational uses. Again, strong demand among canoe, kayak, stand-up paddleboard, rowing shell. So a real underserved small craft boating community with about 9,000 launches per year. And we anticipate that number is going to continue to go up. For project support, we started this project, back probably in 2014 with the folks at the Community Boating Center. Again, a great local nonprofit that's heavily involved in this project. And here you see a picture for a design charrette and some of the entities and folks, just to name a few, that have been supportive and involved in the project. Everything from local businesses and the Historic Fairhaven Business Association to the Yacht Club and different entities. This is a project that's also been identified in the Port's comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements and public involvement as part of our parks and open space planning process, which both those were over a year-long process, which includes public meetings, public hearings, online surveys, press releases, media coverage, and also here you can see a picture in our downtown waterfront redevelopment to the right. That's Waypoint Park. That used to be part of the Georgia Pacific Pulp and Paper Mill. As we went through the park planning process, we heard really strong demand for soft beaches like this to provide kayak access that folks just don't have. And then another picture down below at Old City Landfill, and that's the plan, which again, strong community support for small watercraft facilities and infrastructure. As far as cost efficiencies, this is the project location, so there is an opportunity to mitigation on site, removing creosote and overwater coverage, and then also just the fact that we have established restrooms and parking, we can develop an amenity without doing the normal full development costs. We are also seeking a grant through the ALEA program for $500,000. And we're budgeting $891,000 as a port investment pending if we were to successful in getting both grants. And that would, of course, be subject to Port Commission approval. So that's the end of our presentation, and be happy to answer any questions or hear any comments.
Great, thank you very much, Mike. Questions for the Port of Bellingham? Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources.
Hi, Lowell, how are you?
Good, and I used to work with your cohort there, Brady, I believe. When he was Hi, Brady, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Yeah, so I just have a few comments. So this one is just more like ownership, and I was going to ask Brady this perhaps. Do you know if this area is a harbor area, or if it's just, if it's not, if it's port-owned land, or
this is part. This is state-owned aquatic lands in the port management area that the port has with DNR for management, long-term. Yes.
Okay, so it's not, but it's not in a harbor area that you know of.
It's inside the harbor area inside the between the inner and outer harbor lines there in Fairhaven, correct?
Okay, all righty, and let's see, why did you choose to not put pilings in and use the C-Flex system? Were there any ecological reasons for that you could kind of elaborate on in the sustainability? That was kind of one thing. You guys, I'll just give my comments, and then you can just use those for future presentations. And how is this site different? What advantages does it have over Marine Park, for instance, which is also can be used for hand launches? How are the conditions there unsuitable for doing what you're trying to achieve here? I think that would be good thing to include.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Terrific. Did you want me to respond to that, or should we just take note of those?
I'd say just take note. The slide you had on need was a little bit, I thought, short on elements. And so you could maybe include that in your need section. And that's kind of about what I had, I guess. This is an exciting project. I wish you guys luck, and I'll come up there and use it sometime.
All right. Well, thank you. That's what we like to hear.
Thanks, Lowell. Christy, I saw you for just a minute and then you disappeared. Did you have something you wanted to?
I did. I just didn't want you to have to look at me the whole time while I was waiting.
All right, go ahead.
I had a question about the boarding float. I'm a little confused on if it's also being used for motorized or bigger, because I know this grant only does non-motorized, and I know I heard the word motorized and the way it's listed just in your costs, the way it says that it's for, you know, kayak, but it also talks about small watercraft. So just not clear on if you're intending some motorized to do that. And
yeah, Christy, good question. Yeah, no, the intent is non-motorized, so only human powered. So we would have definitely a separation between the motor and the non-motor. So this would be restricted only to non-motorized vessels. However, I would say the floating breakwater does enhance the motorized boat launch, because it'll by knocking down the waves, that'll make it a much pleasanter experience for users of that amenity as well.
yeah, it was just a little confusing in the diagrams of what it was really being fully used for.
All right, thanks. Anjali, I saw your hand for a minute, then it went down. So maybe you got your question answered. Oh no, now your hand's, okay. Anjali, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I was intrigued by the C-Flex dock. It's an interesting design, and I'm not sure I understood it right. That's why I've had my hand up and put it down. So it sounds like the floating dock would act as a breakwater for the shoreline. But what I didn't understand is, does the dock take a beating? Does the dock, can it be designed suitably to be the breakwater?
Yeah, good question. So absolutely, yeah. This is we basically, our direction to our design team was, we want the premier non-motorized dock facility, without going totally overboard, but we want we want minimal impact on the environment, and we want the best experience with low freeboard for kayakers. And so this was the with the entities involved, what came back. So the floating breakwater, again, it's not on traditional creosote pilings or treated piles, concrete or steel piles, what have you. It would, it has a mooring system that's anchored into the ocean floor with tension cables attached to both the breakwater and then the lower freeboard kayak dock. And so for the floating breakwater necessarily needs a higher freeboard just for its purpose. But yeah, definitely the small watercraft can use it and tie up to it, similar to what they do at our existing motorized launch. But then that provides, it knocks down the wave energy for the low freeboard kayak dock, which is, under the in the leeward side of the floating breakwater. So, if you were, it just kind of like the port's normal moorage floats, if you're first one to get there, typically you take the inside less wave energy environment. If you get overfill, you could make it work on the outside. The site is pretty well protected, unless you're in certain storm events. So, especially in the most popular months, it doesn't get a tremendous amount of wave energy, but this will certainly make it a year-round facility.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thanks. Reed, go ahead, and then David.
I'm coming up to Lowell to kayak this when it's in. When I first looked through the budget, I almost choked on the $1.2 million for the float. And I think I'm getting more of an understanding. And you've done a good C-Flex ad. You've got 3 slides with C-Flex in there. And I would suggest that you sort of compress those into one and maybe explain it better, because you've heard a number of comments that people aren't quite getting it. And now that they've said that, I don't get it either. So I think it'd be good to do a little bit of education on its dual function and actually how much usable space there will be for kayaks, whether they can use both sides all the time or one side during wave events, or more explanation is necessary. Thank you.
Terrific. Good comments, Reed. And we'll not only do that, but we'll do a better job of like how many, assuming it was all kayaks, how many you could fit at any one time and that type of thing to hopefully add some clarity to that. I'll sit down with our engineering team and get to work on that.
Great, thanks. David, go ahead.
Hi, David Pater, Department of Ecology. Just one question about the float. Is the design flexible that you can put any grading in the decking at all?
I asked our engineers that you're talking about, for increased light penetration.
Exactly,
and
yes.
I think it necessarily needs to be pretty skookum. So yeah, that came back as it needs to be what it is.
Okay.
Just for the purpose that it's there for.
Okay, that's what I figured. Thanks.
All right, thanks everyone. Last chance for comments on this one. Nope, not seeing any hands up. So thanks guys for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Carl. Really appreciate it. And yeah, please let us know if you have any additional questions.
Okay, will do. All right, bye-bye. All right, folks, that brings us to the end of the technical reviews. And if you all could just stay on for another, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, we can do a little wrap up.